All right. We're going to see how this works. We're going to try things a little bit different than normal. So I'm going to throw this on. Let's see what this looks like here. Doesn't look terrible, but I need to pull up my chat here. And then I need to see if chat's working. There's Enzo Bear. Good, good. That chat's working. You go check over here. Boom. All right, you guys can see that chat. Good, good. All right. I'm seeing a couple of different things here as far as everything that's going on. Enzo Bear, you're hanging out here. Nice, nice. Yeah, and what I'm doing today, guys, is kind of this is a different stream than you guys are normally seeing with me. I've changed some of my stuff up, and what I'm doing specifically is I'm doing different browser sources. So I'm kind of checking some stuff out. Sounds like the sound coming through. Let's see. I'm not sure if sound is working right. But thanks for the Prime. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. I don't see the Prime popping up yet, though, so I should see that stuff popping up. Oh, I don't have that browser source in here. Hold on. Yeah, guys. Hold on. I got some weird stuff I think I need to pull over. So give me 1 second here real quick. Oh, yeah, I got Twitch alerts. Needs to be pulled over. Hold on. Go back to my Coworking and paste that. Okay, so there's my Twitch alerts, which should be, if we were just to test one, it would just pop up right there. So yeah, I apologize for that, but I do appreciate the Prime. You could use those anywhere. You chose to use it here, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of hang out here and work on stuff. You guys can't see exactly what I'm working on, but I figure you can ask questions and we can hang out and talk about stuff, do whatever we want. Yeah, that stuff should show up, actually, I think, for you guys in chat. And then I think the test chat will show up there. Okay, yeah, so chat's there, so if you guys want to talk and do all that. Also, if I pull up anything like Excalidraw or something, that should pop up for you guys, and you guys should be able to see that. So we were looking at some of this stuff yesterday. I want to clear that screen. Also, I want to show you guys some kind of cool stuff with Excalidraw if you haven't played with it before. Some stuff that we were finding out yesterday, whoops, when we were on the system. So we'll play with that as well. Kind of just leave that spinning up there. And mainly want to be a C++ dev, doing some R&D for this course. Too golden to pass up. And your passion to teach is cool energy. Good, Doom. Yeah, Doomheim Admiral. Hopefully this is the kind of place you can hang out. You know, we've got all these other engineers doing all this other stuff too. Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. I realize you guys can't see me because I didn't transition the screen over. There we go. I forget that I normally run in non-studio mode, but I was playing with studio mode a little bit, and there's two screens. The one is like the prep screen, and the other one is the live screen. And I've been sitting here talking with my hands and stuff, and you guys couldn't even see me, so I apologize. So yeah, what I'm doing today, we're doing co-working. So if you guys know what co-working is, it's well, it's my wife's out of town, so I got nothing better to do. And instead of just sit around here and dick around the whole day and not do anything, I decided I would hop on and at least do some work for some work stuff. But I can't show you work stuff. So what we can do instead here is we can hang out, we can talk. If you guys have questions about the course, if you guys want me to pull stuff up, I can pull it up for you and show you. And then other than that, I'm just going to be working here on my other screen. Because again, I mean, I messed around all yesterday. I have rough estimate. I have about 480 total minus, let's say, about 100. I probably have about 300 more slides to make for this work project I'm doing. So I am going to be kind of making those and building through that stuff kind of while I talk to you guys. All right. So, yeah, that's going to be kind of what I do. Network and device check. Yep. All right. So that's where I'm at. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to be over here working on stuff. You guys just let me know if you got anything you want to know. All right. So, I think I got most of this stuff like we want it. That kind of mostly looks like what I want. Okay, gotta go grab an IP addressing scheme for a system. So I'm gonna be doing that, and I'm gonna put that over here too. All right, but again, if you guys have questions, if you guys want to ask me about, you know, what it's like being a systems engineer, or well, at this point I do a lot of high performance compute stuff, but it's all Linux under the hood, right? It's all Linux at the end of the day. So all right, don't see any major questions up there. Can I show you guys something cool real quick while I'm working on this other thing? Did you guys know that if you do Excalidraw, right, which Excalidraw's up here, it's a free tool. Oh, it's kind of funny that those are overlapping. I guess I should move this over a little bit. Hold on. And then that overlap won't be nearly as bad. Okay, there you go. What I was going to show you guys, if you use Excalidraw, which is a free tool that you guys can just use on the internet, or you can run your own open source Excalidraw. You come over here and there are some AI things now that you can do. So let's say that I wanted to see, I don't know, a server with kernel and disk components in it. I don't know, right? And then we generate this, and they've got all this cool diagram generation stuff. And then maybe you're like, that's not exactly what I want. But if it's close enough to start, maybe you could insert that, or you can say, you can change it to Mermaid, which is a tool, and then you go, that's not really what I want either. But you can add, there's a whole bunch of things you can add and stuff. But discs look like soda cans. I don't know. Let's see if this thing can figure that out. Discs look more like soda cans because they have more of a roundness to them, right? I love it. All right, anyways, Excalidraw is not perfect, but it does have some interesting things in it that you guys can use if you wanted to. All right, there was a question about improving CPU kernel performance. Trafficking, that's real. I'd call that like a really in-depth thing, but what's that guy's name? What is it? Linux, Brendan, Greg, performance. I think it's Brendan Gregg. Yeah. This is the guy. You want to go spend some time with this guy. So I'll link this to you guys. This is the guy to go spend time with if you want to improve your CPU kernel performance. That guy is really big on tracking what's doing things and tracking what is affecting your system. And he's got this really good, his little example here of how he shows things is probably one of the most clutch ones. This is probably the most used one for like speed and performance and benchmarking and stuff. So trafficking, there's two sides to the question you've asked. So the question was, how do I improve CPU kernel and performance? Well, if there's a hardware set theoretical speed that can happen with whatever system you have, right? You can't go over it. If you bought a 1970 Pinto, there's a speed, it's like 60 miles an hour. That's the limit of what that thing can do. Now, if you load it up with 400 pounds of weights in the back when you drive around, as well as you and your family, that car's going to go much slower, right? Because Pintos are old pieces of crap. But they're not all old crap, but mostly. But the theoretical limit has then been pushed down. So that's what these things are there for. You have to strip stuff out to make it more lean, or you have to buy something with more performance. So hopefully that answers your question, Trafficking. There's a theoretical maximum of what a system can do, and you can test that with benchmarks and that kind of stuff. Or you can go find published benchmarks. And everything you do, that system only slows it down for your performance. Everything you add, every node, exporter, everything that's happening on there slows it down. And then your question to improve CPU kernel performance is either buy a new one and set that as a higher baseline, or strip out things that are causing it to go slower than it should. So, lean the process down. Like when I build servers, I lean down what's happening on those servers down to, I have servers that I run with less than 200 packages on them. And I've had them earlier on in my career where we'd be down around like 50 packages. I don't want nothing running on that server. That's why I was laughing the other day when everybody's like, oh, cups. And I'm like, who the hell runs cups? I haven't run cups in 20-something years of doing this because we strip it all out. So anyway, so that's Brendan Gregg. He's where I would go. And then, again, you can either try to get more out of your system because you've been slowing it down by adding stuff to it, or buy a better. Those are your two options in the compute world, right? So something to think about. All right, let me turn that back on. We'll leave that spinning up there with the other stuff. And I am grabbing IP addressing schemes for these systems. So let me grab. How best to show these ranges? So I've got my internal network. That's an external network. Okay. And then we've got our what is our InfiniBand network, guys? I need to know my InfiniBand network. Also, this is all stuff I can't show you, right? That's an interesting thing. If my head nodes don't have InfiniBand on them, that would be kind of new for me in the system space. I'm used to my head nodes having. Yeah, Brendan Gregg's stuff is great. You guys should really follow his. Control byte, I think I will. I don't know what it's going to be yet, though. So, InfiniBand is our high-speed network. Be 10.4, 0.0. Good enough. Okay. And then external networks can change, but those are our primary networks that we're going to have. Okay. Okay, we got an IPMI network where we do our out-of-band stuff. Savage Skills. Hey, Het, how are you doing? I was asking you some questions about how to get started in your course. Yeah, so if you want to get started in the course, let me pull up a new browser source here for a second. Give me 1 second here. Gotta move things around and add stuff as we go since I'm doing this a little bit different than normal. Let me add a source for that. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Add a new one. Call this one Discord. And add the source, but the source will be... Where's Discord at? It's weird when you go to add a source, if it's not up, you can't add it. It's kind of a weird behavior of theirs. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. Add the source. Discord. And then I'll go grab. Where the hell's Discord at? There we go. All right. So shrink that down just a little bit. Wait a minute. Not what I wanted to do. Let's go grab my. Yes. This one. It could be a little smaller. All right. There we go. So you guys should be able to see Discord now, right? Make them. I think I can make them a little bigger there. Anyways, there's Discord, and yeah, you guys should be able to see them. And so you go over here in Discord, and what you would want to do is you'd want to go down to beginner start here, and just go in and start hitting up the lab stuff. This is just everything. Like, get in there, do Linux. We've got a bunch of certs you can go study. There's a lot of stuff. This is going to feel like drinking from a fire hose. And then this is our Linux Systems Administration course, which I think will start people off with some really basic stuff. The other thing I would say to do is just get into Killer Coda Labs. Literally just start getting into the labs and start getting, better understanding of that. I did work for Lockheed. Yeah, I worked for Lockheed Martin for about 5 years. I was over there doing downstream of satellite. Yep. So that was something I did. Oh yeah, thanks for the Prime sub, by the way. You guys could use those anywhere. You choose to use them here. That always feels good. I am grabbing network information in this other location, or in this other window, but then I'm going to do some color scheme stuff, and I'm going to say third octet. Let's put a color on this. Sorry, I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but you guys can keep asking or talking about whatever you want. I need color. It's kind of annoying when you work in, if you ever work in any Google tools, when you shrink things down, they change the header across the top. Whereas if you use like Microsoft tools, and I'm not saying, I love Microsoft, but their Office tools are pretty advanced compared to their competitors. When you shrink down Word, you still have the stuff across the top, or you can pull it out. It's really annoying to me that I can't do what I want to this tool here. The color, it's specifically coloring. They're making it super difficult for me to get at the coloring that I want to see. Oh, by the way, shoot. I always forget whatever I do doesn't show up for you guys, so I got rid of the Discord. Currently a safety engineer and want to transition to DevOps systems admin. Nice. Yes, Savage Skills. The best thing I think you can do is this right here. If you tell me DevOps is the role, DevOps is where you want to go. No, not Twitch. I would go to Killer Coda, right? Killer Coda has all the stuff from the lab and that. But even before you get into my labs, right? Even if you're like, hey, I want to do Linux, because Linux is the basics, the basis for everything, if you ask me. But even if you said, hey, Scott, I want to do DevOps, all your Kubernetes stuff, which you're going to have to know, is right here. These guys built a lot of Kubernetes stuff. And then there's a guy who I would absolutely go get his course, which is Mumshad Manabeth. That's his name. And you can find his course on Udemy, and he runs Code Cloud. And they do free weeks sometimes, and you just go in and do all their stuff. But their stuff is really good. In here, there's about 120 scenarios of just going in and doing that stuff. So the main thing about, I think the main thing about getting into Linux is just getting your hands on it. And that's why I think Killer Coda is one of the best free things on the web. If you went in Killer Coda, this is for anybody, not just Savage Skills. If you went into Killer Coda and you simply just spent all day refreshing your lab every 1 hour and did commands, and you did that, you got about 2,000 commands done a day. Let's say you were really smoking it and working on it. You would have, tens of thousands of practiced commands by the end of the month. And you might not remember everything, but I guarantee you're going to learn something. So I'm a big fan. Look, this guy, unrelated to me, Powell. This is me here, Ansible and HashiCorp, right? But like all my Ansible stuff's here. So if you want to do DevOps and get into using Ansible as one of your primary tools, which I think Ansible is one of the best tools around, we can do that. All right, but I'm going to leave that spinning up there. That should go and keep spinning through. I am trying to, over here on my other screen that you guys can't see, I'm building out training for work. And what I need to do is add in, so devices are located, I need to highlight this thing, and I'm getting, text is doing this weird thing where highlight color. Ah, there it is. Highlight color. Let's highlight yellow. And let's Control Y. Control Y. One of my favorite things I've ever found is if you're ever using like Google Docs does it as well, and you make a change, but then you want to keep making that change in other places, Control Y will keep making that change for you. So that's kind of a nice thing. So what I'm going to do is make another text box here. I'm just kind of talking off screen for you guys, but if you guys have questions, feel free to let me know. Third octet is rack. Third octet denotes rack. It's a better way to write that. All right. And I'm going to make that a little smaller. And Control Y. Whoops. Control Z. Text fitting. Nope. All right. I need to make this again. They remove tools automatically, and it's kind of annoying. Third octet denotes rack. I need to shrink this. Highlight color, yellow. Text color, black. God, they make this fucking thing too difficult. Alright. Anyways, yeah. Okay, I'm not missing nothing. Good. Do gotta change the format options. Format. Text. Color. Black. There we go. Format, text, color, black. There we go. Alright. Yeah, what else? So yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. If you guys have questions or need to see anything in the Discord, let me know. I think I can just turn the Discord. Let me see. Yeah, like if I need to turn the Discord back on, I think I can just return it back on. Yeah. So if anybody needs to see anything in there, let me know. Discord's free for anybody that wants to hang out in there. You guys are always welcome to. And we're just, there's people down there chatting and working on stuff. So you guys can always go in there. There's all these discussion questions for the project. So if you want to get into the Linux Systems Administration course, it's all here in Prolog projects as well. So that's all there for you guys that kind of want to get in there and figure that stuff out and, I don't know, make that part of your, I don't know, day-to-day routine, I guess. All right. So I am over here adding more network stuff. That stuff's fine. That stuff's going to be fine for now. Software monitoring. All right. So monitoring. I got all that. So, make sure I'm not missing anything over here. Yeah, you guys should be good. I actually really don't like how this one's looking, so I'm going to switch this one up. We might get rid of that one. That one's not really giving us any value. These other ones, They're all at least showing us something of value. Yeah, yeah. By the way, we're up to like 20 users on the servers, so I don't know, probably a few of those are me, but for the most part, those are other users getting on through our lab. Doomhelm, I don't know what you mean by EHS. So you talking about electronic health services? And I'm not sure what that is. Unless you're asking Savage skills. And then maybe that makes a little more sense. Also, I guess I'm kind of looking at this. It doesn't look like anybody. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to repop that out. Hold on a second, real quick, guys. I need to fix something over here on the. Okay. Hold on. Pop that chat out, and then that chat needs to be the source. So hold on. There's been a tiny little bit. I've made a huge mistake. Screen capture. This screen capture here. I'm gonna edit it and change it to. Where's he at? I gotta find that chat now. Studio YouTube. That chat. There we go. That chat looks correct now. I was gonna say that was because it was set to the old chat from before I started the stream. Oh yeah, what type of oh, there's probably all kinds of safety stuff people could do, but that's interesting. Let's also pull that back up so that keeps spinning. Doc, are you using Linux or Windows? That would answer my first question of what's going on. So Doc asked the question. You guys should be able to see Doc's question, but why your memory utilization is constantly rising. Yeah, if it's a Linux box, then I mean, yeah, you should be able to. If you're running VMstat, it should show you what's going on, but then you can use something like PidStat might help you, because PidStat will show you what's using the system, and then you can get away with top or like HTOP, and it'll show you what's using all the memory. Yeah. So if something's chewing up more and more memory, use a tool. Whoops. Use a tool like this. I think he's got some pretty good tools in here. Let's go back. Should have memory utilization here. Probably don't need flame graphics. So, he's got a lot of good stuff in here that kind of shows you the different pieces. But really, yeah, you would just want to go and use your tools to see what kind of thing is slowly grabbing more and more memory. Something is chewing up more and more memory, presumably, and you could just go figure out what it is. So, yeah, Doc, I mean, Linux desktops, if you're using Linux desktop, they're notoriously bad at that kind of stuff. So you might want to just get in there and monitor some stuff, right? See what you can do. They got some perf testing tools here. This will help you with that's SAR. This is all your SAR tools. People need to know that stuff. Do they have just memory? Does he have just memory on here? It's performance tuning. I don't see any of his just memory stuff. But yeah, VMstat, top, HTOP, those kind of things should be able to help you. Yeah, his stuff's pretty good. All right, I got to get more stuff into here. So, I keep working on this as you guys are talking over there. All right, images, where they're stored. Cyber Buffalo TX. Hello, guys. A common practice to use Rufus to create a bootable USB. I don't know if people are using Rufus much anymore. I mean, they might. Anything that gets you. So the only reasons professionally that you would probably use a bootable USB nowadays would be if you needed to, if you had a physical server and you needed to boot onto that USB to fix a partition or rescue a device. That would be the only reason I'd use something like that. Most of the time, even if so, yeah, I would tell you no, that's not that big of a deal anymore. One. Two, if you really need to set an ISO to like a physical machine, like on a current like Dell device or something like that, you go in through like the IPMI or through the console, and from your device you can actually mount an ISO directly on there. So having to boot off of a USB, very uncommon. In fact, most of our STIGs cause us to set up a... Oh shoot, hold on. My thing's not working. Hold on. Let me go, let me fix this real quick. PowerPoint fix. All right, there we go. Subtitles should be back. Yeah, so you have other tools that should be able to kind of do that for you. I don't think you need to do that much anymore. And then yeah, we use tools that block all that off anyways. So Isam Ben, I don't know what that is, but if that's hello. If it's something else, I don't know what to tell you. We gotta keep it in English around here, or people can't track along with what's going on. All right, so I'm grabbing stuff on my other monitors. You guys are, I guess, asking me stuff if you have it. So and I am grabbing container images now. Yeah, Cyber Buffalo. That's not a skill you need much anymore. You still do boot sometimes. I boot maybe once or twice a year off of an ISO, but not that much. Now I think that I show this in another place. Cluster. Okay, nothing over there yet. Nothing here yet for that. Okay. None over here. Okay. Editing container images. All right. Understood. Network made a few connections with some software engineers. Got a mentor at work who currently helps DevOps skills. I'm seeing that Linux. Yeah, Linux is going to be big for you, Savage. I tell people all the time, I think Linux is really like the basis of a lot of the other things you're going to run into as an engineer. Let's say so I'm doing right now on my screen as I'm talking about editing container builds. And then I'm going to show how to not edit container builds in case something fails. So yeah. Savage, you're welcome to hang out, man. Like this, I tell guys all the time, like when I got into the systems world 20 something years ago now, what I figured out was I was always going to have to be in a classroom. and this is why I became a college professor. Is like I knew I was always going to have to study, and one day I know I'm not going to be able to keep up anymore, right? But while I still can, what my goal is to say, okay, um, I can keep learning this stuff, but if I got to be in a classroom anyways, I'd rather be up in front of it. And it's the same thing as I kind of like got into working with other engineers. Like I kind of wanted to like have a group where we could kind of sit around and work on stuff. So since I didn't see any group like that 10 years ago when we started this group, the goal was to just make one, right? Get a professional Linux users group together and get the people that wanted to building and working on systems and stuff, So we started off with only a few of us were really into the systems world early on. And then we got more and more people, working on it and doing it. So if you need to manually edit something in an image, you would do it like this. So I'm putting this in another page. Right? If you need to manually edit it, you do this. Fix that. Format, text, color, black. Okay. Then I'm going to say duplicating sides. Backing out. So now I'm going to say backing out a change. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. Unfortunately, with Coworking, you can't always show, if you're doing something professionally. And I am doing this for a government customer, so I can't show you guys what I'm working on right now. But if you guys have any questions or want to see anything, I can give it a little bit of time as we kind of go. Other than that, we're just kind of hanging out and working on stuff. So now I'm going to say that I wanted to back a change out. Let me cancel that. And I'm going to do the same thing. DNF install something. DNF install. I don't know. All right. I want this. I need to say containers do not rebuild. So this is an important thing in Werewolf. If you guys ever use like cluster manager stuff and you're doing container stuff, if the last command on the command line when you're exec into a container image was not an exit code 0, did not return 0, you will not rebuild the container when you leave. So any failure or non-zero return code causes the image to not rebuild. All right, so I'm going to show this. So I'm doing I'm building training again. I told you guys I got to suck it up. I got to go to Hawaii for 4 or 5 days, whatever they're going to send me out there. So I know it's terrible. I'm going to try to survive, being in Hawaii for 5 days. I'm sure it's going to be so hard to live with myself. Just kidding. But anyway, so yeah, there's that. Let me see. I'm going to make sure that you guys have the right screen here, updated and stuff. Okay, good. Recently started learning more Linux. My company organized in education and thinking about going for the RHCSA as same as the guy in Twitch chat. Hey, Pablo, look, man. One of the things that I think that if I haven't told you guys this, or I think I have told you guys this, but let me show you guys this because some of you may be like, oh, I don't really believe him. One of my favorite, if not maybe the coolest things that has happened in the last couple weeks of us doing this is this right here. Like you could go right now and ask the people that are down in there. Some of these guys are in the chat too as well. But you could go in there and hang out and talk with people that are studying. I know some of them one of them just passed their RHCSA, I think. But my point is, that's probably one of my favorite things is like there's kind of been like a little group of kind of our newest Linux systems administrators and engineers and the people that really want to focus on doing this. So Yeah, Pablo, if you're one of these guys who wants to, guys or girls that wants to get better at this stuff, you're free to do that, right? Um, you're free to kind of go in there and find other engineers that are working on the exact same things that you want to work on, right? So let me get that out of the way. So I'll get the Discord back out of the way. We'll go back over here. You guys can, play with that stuff. I am just, yeah. So, I am showing how to, in this other window, I'm showing how to build container images in Werewolf. I've showed you guys that before in my home lab. I'm not going to pull it up right now, but we could show it later if you guys want or something like that. But I'm just kind of doing like my little bit of co-working stuff right now. So I need to show on a system where varlib werewolf, right? So varlib werewolf, clear pwd ls, and then chroots. Here are the names of all of the containers. So I'm grabbing out content for, again, this training I'm giving. Images, crux images. Could duplicate slide. Image. Locations. Can be edited in place. Oh, damn it. Didn't grab the whole picture. Need to grab the whole picture, guys. If you're going to grab something like that. And when I'm done with all the training, I'll ask management if I can show it to you guys, right? But it'll be dependent on if the customer allows us to, right? That's always the thing with these. Let me change the format. Text, color, black. All right. Yeah, Pablo, you guys are welcome. If I haven't shown you guys the Discord lately, hold on. There's our Discord, and then I can link that over for you guys on the other side as well. There's the Discord, so you guys have it linked in both sides, in both chats. So, all right. Q, yeah, my work is billed to a specific customer, and well, different. So Q, my company, it's funny. I thought we had like 90 people, but apparently I found out the other day we only have about 50. So we're a smaller company, right? The company I work for, Redline, and I've shown you guys Redline's website. I've showed you guys when there's jobs, I post them in Discord. At least 2 people in Discord have worked with me. Actually, three people in Discord have worked with me directly there at Redline. Probably about 10, 15 people in Discord have worked with me professionally. And, I'm just as much of a whirlwind on there as I am in my professional life as I am on here. I'm just kidding. No, what you'll find, and people that know me know I don't talk in meetings. I don't do anything. I just get a lot of work done, so people kind of like that. Which is funny because I don't know how I get any work done. I mean, I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and I've generated probably about 10 slides while I was talking to you guys. And I have 480 total slides that I want to do for this presentation. And I've generated 10 of them. So that's still more than I did yesterday because I wanted to get like 100 knocked out each day of this weekend, and I didn't do anything yesterday. I just hung out with you guys for the stream and stuff. So, yeah, anyways, so images can be edited in place or in chroot jails. So editing container images with werewolf. Okay, so editing container images with werewolf, editing container images backing out, and then I don't want to do that. Duplicate this slide. Come down here. Say editing container images with Ansible. Ah, so guys, you can use Ansible to do chroot level changes. So let me ask you guys this: would in the Rocky Linux environment, we could pull down images and modify them in the Rocky boxes, but it wouldn't. I mean, it doesn't really fit anywhere directly right now that I have it. Oh, also, fun fact about our frickin' Discord: the bot keeps welcoming people at 3,000. And I think people have figured out that they can leave and rejoin and it'll welcome them. So we've got, we just had another alert of the bot saying, welcome, you're the 3,000th person. But I mean, we hit 3,000 earlier today and it's like we've hit that a few times now. So it's kind of funny. Got a Quora coming up. What's Quora? I don't know that acronym right off. Is that a government thing? I don't know what Quora is. Is that a Colorado thing? Oh, Quora replaced CCR. Is it Colorado Open Records or something else? Is it I might not know. I don't know the context of that. Also, I don't want to JFQ DDN1. Oh, okay. Yeah, this looks scary. Oh, okay. Yeah, Joint Force Headquarters. Okay. You guys gotta remember, I was just an infantry guy, so I don't have all the cool background. I mean, I do have military background, but not the cool doing this stuff background. That's pretty cool. So that just got announced, and then much like a lot of this where it just keeps, you have to get in compliance by a certain time. That'll be interesting. Yeah. So cyber operational readiness, I remember in 20... So there are a set of standards. Is it the 800? So it's the 800, NIST 800 set, but I forget, is it 53? 53's cloud. There's a NIST standard that you have to, 853, yeah. But there's one that you have to, basically everything comes up off of it. Which one is that? I could go find it. I just being lazy right now. Well, not lazy. I'm just working in my other screen over here. I got to show, so with Ansible, I got to show how to do this. And then more. Let's see. Hold on. More Ansible. All right. ATO getter maintainer. Nice, Q. Yeah. So that's, yeah. That's always fun to be doing that stuff professionally. All right. I gotta find a command I had done. I think I have it in another doc. So let me gotta go pull up this and then pull this out. So I need to make sure that this isn't being shown, which it doesn't look like it is. And go through my STIG process for nodes. Wrong. Oh, gotta pull it up in my other window. Stigs. I go find my own Stig page. I haven't been in my own Confluence page for so long, apparently. This is my own thing.
Almost as long as I have known this guy.
Okay. Scott, your recommendation is go through the entire book first, then do the 16-week course, or just catch up in the course? Savage skills, if you're already doing, it sounds like engineering. So what I would tell you is, I would tell anybody getting into Linux, the number one thing is to get your hands on the keyboard doing Linux, right? It's the same thing I tell people about going to the gym. Like, if you went and found your two best friends and they're all getting big and buff in the gym, and you're like, hey, I want to go to the gym with you, I guarantee you not one of them is going to sit you down for a 6-hour class in the locker room and tell you about the gym and tell you the etiquette. They're just going to tell you to start following them around the gym. And that's how I feel like with Linux, it's the same way. Like, get your hands on the stuff, and you're going to miss some of the stuff as you go through the labs and as you do stuff. But you're also going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I remember CDing into a directory before. Yeah, Scott never sat me down and explained to me the intricacies of the directories, but I started. Now look, some people want to do book learning and they just want to literally read everything, but you can't do fishing. You know, if you read a book about fishing for 60 years, you won't know anything more than some guy who just went and threw a line in the water for a while. Also, Tomo, thanks for the resubscription. I'm surprised I didn't see, like, I don't have my alerts set up, I think, on this co-working thing. So so I apologize, guys. Let's make sure that thing's still spinning. I'll go read about that a little bit more. Yeah, here's a book on inodes. Yeah. And you can't, yeah, and God forbid, until you understand what's happening, you can't use the system. And I really don't want you guys to get stuck in that, because one of the first things that happens to new administrators is, I told you guys, it's like you're sitting down at the bridge of a ship and now you control everything. And people will very quickly, and I'm not saying just admins, I'm saying people in general, you drop them in a black background with white letters and a white or green letters, and there's just a prompt sitting there, and people fucking panic. They're like, if I touch this thing one time and hit one keystroke, I'll damage the whole thing. Well, that's probably true. You can damage the whole thing. What, RM/RF, right? You can destroy everything. But once you learn what's safe, like I always talk about CD, PWD, and LS are completely free. Don't cost you nothing. They cost you only the time to type them. So you get, but look, I've taught, and like I'm gonna be super chat here. I've taught over 5,000 engineers. A good number of them have been Linux in my years of being a college professor, going on 16 in 2 months. 16 years of being a college professor, and yeah, people just panic. And this is like human nature. I mean, it'd be the same thing if I threw you in water for the first time and you're like, what is this? I can't breathe in it. And then, then you go down. Question from Traffic King. I'm writing my noted for the weekly assignment as online documentation of my journey. Do you mind if I publish and post it public? Yeah, you can publish whatever you want, Traffic King. Yeah. Yeah, we have Traffic. One of our guys is keeping a blog as he goes. And yeah, you guys publish whatever you want. That's one. Two, somebody asked me the other day, hey, could I go through your labs and do them on my YouTube? One, I couldn't stop you if I wanted to, which I don't. And two, do them. Go explain to people how this stuff works. because here's the thing, I can only see things. I learned this very early on because I've coached wrestling and wrestled most of my adult life, and also I've taught engineers, and I learned very early on I see things a very specific way, and my way is not always right. And one thing for damn sure, my way will not always teach you how to do it. So I need to, like, I try to be flexible about that. Yeah, Traffic King, post whatever you want. I think that's one of the best things you could do is post it and show people how to do this stuff, and then somebody's going to gain that insight. Now, there are objectively wrong things, but like if you're just like, don't use Linux, the best way to use Linux is to go use Windows, I'd be like, that's maybe not objectively the best thing, but yeah, so I want you guys to have the yeah, you guys have the leeway to do pretty much whatever. In fact, I said the other day in Discord, as long as people aren't doing illegal shit in there, I really don't care what you guys are doing in there, right? Somebody said, hey, are we allowed to do this? I'm like, I don't care, do whatever you guys want, right? It's Discord. I mean, I think Discord's probably got looser rules and morality than I do. So, like, you know, they can do whatever they want. So, I'm going to show this. Hold on, I'm going to grab this and say this is just an example. Hold on. Handling Ansible container images. So, boom. I'm going to change this picture to something else. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Example only practice in labs. There you go. Boom. And then there. Boom. All right. Traffic King, who is the other user making the blog? Traffic King, I don't want to out that person. I think he'll tell you who he is if he's ready. He's also going to present his project. I don't want to, like, sometimes people and I think in his case, I'm going to let him do it on his time. I think his stuff's really good, but I think he wants to do that. I downloaded a car in the Discord. Yeah. Q, you guys can do pretty much whatever you want in there. Gosh, I got to maintain these lab servers, man. If you see, my lab servers have been up way too long. I haven't been updating a bunch of them. So, I got work to do. I got a lot of work to do. But you guys will find out that I don't want to do any work, so then I'm just kind of co-working with you guys while I also... I'm getting some work done. In fact, I can keep track of my work. I'm up to... On my day 2 slides, I'm up to 25. So I'm keeping track of how many slides I have done as I go. And then this is up to 40. What? That's still only 46? Oh, that's no good. I thought I did a whole bunch of slides, and it turns out I only did like a couple. So that's wonderful. All right. Do some partitions in here. All right, so that's how our high availability works. And then new slide. Oh, you still got any Ubuntu 18 in the lab? Q, I do have CentOS 7 in the lab. Yeah, in fact, P01 Jumpo 1 is CentOS 7. Yeah, I can actually show you guys what. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it set up for that right now. I'd have to jump to my other screen to show you guys that. So. But yeah, I do have CentOS. I don't have Ubuntu 18 anymore, though. I think we're all on 20 and 22 now in the home lab. And then the main home lab that most of you guys are hitting, if you come into Rocky, that's Rocky 9.4 box. So we'll do that. So let me go over here. Cluster operations. So And do some examples here. Entry for those. New slide, duplicate slide, and then this one will be only those inventories, and then that will be that. Did I tell you guys my wife is in Boston with a friend of hers? So this is one of the reasons I'm working on a Sunday, because I wouldn't have anything else to do because the wife's not around. So I actually took a picture and sent it to her of me sitting here with all of, getting ready for Unit 5 yesterday. And I'm like, this is the kind of shenanigans I get up to when the wife's not around. I sit around the plant. I'm kind of like Ranger down there. Just kind of messing around, not really. I'm getting some work done, but not work that you guys can see, unfortunately. So let's see. How do we see Ansible inventory? So the easiest way that I know of to look at like an Ansible inventory is to, I guess I can just do Ansible inventory graph. Yeah. Graph would be good. Let me see if there's like a shorter version of that. Can I see just groups? Graph host, graph list. Excuse me. Need yeah, I think I'm going to show Ansible inventories with the list, and then I'll show the file. So I'll do list. We'll see all the output. Yeah, shit. I need to change my output, guys. There we go. Sometimes you just got to move stuff around, guys. And when you're co-working, whoops, you just gotta get the stuff the right way. Yeah, make sure I'm not missing anything over here. Although you guys really aren't missing anything either. I'm just grabbing, I'm doing Ansible commands and grabbing inventory information for Ansible admin. What's on admin node? X80M1. So let's did I break my thing again? Oh, okay, I didn't. Okay. Mariano said, "How do you balance personal life, wife going out, and all that with study and working life?" I just don't do any of the other stuff. No, I'm just kidding. I do. So one of the things about engineering that I try to tell people, because like sysadmin stuff is good. A lot of times with sysadmin work, if you're doing like network operations or security operations in a SOC or help desk, you can, when you're not on call, you can turn it off and stuff. But with engineering, a lot of times, like I'm always kind of on. So what I try to tell people is like the goal for me was to just it's gonna sound terrible, but make as much as I could so I could enjoy my free time as much as I could. Yeah, you trade sleep for caffeine for the most part. And what is my Grafana used for? So the Grafana in my home lab does a bunch of different stuff. It monitors my dog Ranger downstairs, sees how tired he is. It checks some of my lab stuff. It checks what kind of this is like the uptime and the number of users that are in. It also looks like a bunch of users just recently dropped off my server. So I don't know if somebody had just recently dropped off. If you look right over here in the corner, then this is all the failed logins for people trying to come in and getting themselves banned out of the server forever. And then I think there's some, like, this is just some security and connectivity stuff. These are all the banned IPs of my server right here. So that's what it is. And then this was just an Excalidraw page that's I was showing for earlier, like if we wanted to draw some stuff or show how some of these things work. So let's see, operational activities, inventories, and then let's just say Ansible node. Actually, uptime, right? Yeah, so there we go. So duplicate the previous slide. Operational activities, inventories. Okay. Against the groups on the last slide. Okay. So we can just check how long a server's been up or whatever. Sorry guys, so for people that haven't been here, what I'm doing with Coworking right now is I'm just kind of hanging out and I'm working on a different screen on stuff that I can't technically show anybody, but I'm answering questions about our Discord or our Linux Systems Administration course, which we recorded the 5th unit for. We're doing 16 units, 16 weeks, and we just finished the 5th one. So we're in week 5 right now. People, I think, are studying down in Discord right now. Let me go check. Yeah, there's people down in Discord right now working on stuff and studying, so you could go down there and hang out with them. There's, again, no rules against that. In fact, I kind of thought about sitting down there while I was doing it, but I don't want to distract anybody. I mean, if they're working on stuff and focusing and studying, I think that's fine. I think that's good for them to keep doing that stuff, right? So, all right, so I'm doing this operational activity, failing over stuff, running things, checking things, okay. And then duplicate that slide and come down here and say, maybe I'll not do that there. And then I'll say node checkout. So everything about checking out a node and making sure that a node is working correctly will be good. Okay. Somebody said, yeah, what is Grafana used for? Yeah, that's it. That's what we use it for. I think you guys should be good. Okay. You guys can see what's going on as far as that stuff. Let me know if you guys have any questions about any of this stuff. Tommy, I don't know if you're still around. Or any of you guys are still around that were talking about it yesterday. But in Excalidraw, if you guys haven't seen this yet, you can come in here and you can do, well, one, the laser pointer is kind of cool. So I could do that while we're talking, and we could all be working in the same one. And then I could also, some of you know this, we could share this. I could share this with you guys, and then you guys would have access to the same one I'm in. But then we've got like text to diagram, and I could say, let's do 3 servers connected to another server with on port 2049, which is NFS, let's say. Now let's see if this can generate 3 servers connected to another server, and then they're using port 2049. And then let's see what this looks like. I mean, that's not the best graphic I've ever seen, but I mean, that's not terrible. For free, for it to just generate that for me, I can modify that. That looks alright, right? As a start, right? Hi, can I make videos on DC and DR architecture? I'm not sure what that is, Irfan. I am a, I guess you would call me like a principal systems engineer and high performance compute engineer. I am not an architect, although I work with architects all the time, but that's not strictly speaking what my job is. Although I would say there's so many blurs between what's administration and engineering and architecture, but it tends to be that architecture is a little higher level than what I do. I still get to build things. A lot of times architects just get to plan things. I really like where I'm at in my career, where I just get to just build crap all the time, and nobody expects anything of me. They just expect my stuff to work. So, like, nobody expects anything of me, which is one of my favorite things. All right, I know I have... I gotta find something real quick here, guys. So I'm looking at a different server now, and I am going to... I can make this a little bigger. Okay. Grab that. New slide. Okay. All right. Like the Excalidraw site, just load screenshot JPEG and laser point is very nice to use. Yeah. X1, can I show you some other cool stuff about it real quick? And this is just because I use this a fair amount for when I draw things. You can export things, you can save things to your local machine. And then if you wanted to, you can open them up in VS Code. So if you use VS Code, as some people do and some people don't, but VS Code has a lot of plugins. There's an Excalidraw plugin, so you can draw locally if you don't want, like if you just want to do something basic and then pull it down and use it and share it and have it internal, you can do that. You don't have to use their site. Their site also, Excalidraw, is completely open source, so you could run your own Excalidraw local if you don't. You know, if I'm doing IP addresses and government names and stuff for servers and systems, I can't do them up there. That's I can't do them. You can't have the ability to map IP. I wouldn't do internal IPs even, but you can't have the ability to map a name to an IP. That's a big no-no in government stuff that you send. So anyways, my point, that's U.S. government stuff. So where I'm going with that is you could save stuff to disk and run it locally and fix stuff locally. You can make a shareable read-only link to share with people. And then one of the things that I do, and I've actually done this. Some of you might think, oh, this doesn't work well. This actually works surprisingly well. I can just start a session here and copy this link and share it with all of you, right? And now, on the Discord side of things, on Twitch side of things, it gets a little weird, guys. You got to copy it out and store it. But you guys can jump in here with me, and you can work on the same one with me. And then I can, if I'm like, okay, I'm tired of people messing around, and I'm not going to have any more. I'm going to back this out a little bit up here. Anyways, like if I get tired of working with you guys on it, I can just save my copy off and then be done with it. I don't have to wait for you guys, but you guys can click on that link that I just gave, and that'll pop up for you guys, and you guys would be in here with me. And you can edit this version of this thing that I have. You could add photos to it. You could kind of do really whatever you wanted to in there, right? All right, stop session. I'm going to stop session just for now, but anybody that used that link should still be able to have that. How can I check the current TCP window size settings in Linux? What parameter can I modify to optimize TCP buffer for high latency networks? So, Irfan, I'll tell you, so that's a lot, but I'll tell you the best place to start. There is a red book for tuning TCP IP, and it was written by IBM. And I think this is probably the best place in the world for you to start with a lot of that. But there's another red book out there, and this is an old. I mean, this is an old one. I'm gonna link it to you guys. But yeah, I would go spend time with that, and I would tell you that then everything that you want to modify inside of your TCP stack with the kernel, they're all sysctl. So sysctl modifications that you're going to look into. So sysctl modify TCP, window. And you would go here. I'm not pulling up my thing to just show you, but you can go in here. You can either set it to run right now or reboot to apply the changes. And then you can go in and you can mess with any of these things. But that's what I would do. I would go get a good understanding of what you're changing before you go changing it. And then it's in your etc sysctl or etc sysctl.d, and then you make direct. I would make files in there that are like, I wanted to test my Windows stuff, and I would, my windowing, and I would put whatever I wanted to as the name, and then I would generate those files that way, and that's how I would edit those things. Hopefully that's clear. Clear as mud, right? But yeah, that's what I would do. I would understand the thing well, and then I would go change what I needed to. All right, let me get this out of the way. Wait, cancel that there. I need more about RackAtom. Let's see. Mm-hmm. When do you use tuned? You can use tuned for if you want to like have very templatized, like you've got a VM and you want to make it run a certain way and set all these performance things, but you don't want to think about them. That's typically why you would use tuned. So I don't really use that stuff, but that's I've always seen that as like a heavily Red Hat thing, where you have these system profiles and you can use tune or tuned to change between the different profiles. Yeah, so oops, that's not good. Yeah, so they have their little write-up on it to how it sets up the system. And I've usually, I've only ever set to like either power save mode or like VM, like virtual machines. So there's like a bunch of stuff you can turn it off if you don't want it to run, and then you can set it. There's a bunch of them that are default, and they change the way that your system does things. They change a bunch of the defaults for you. Basically, is the point. You can make your own ones up, or you could use the default ones. But I don't really. Yeah, here's your default ones: throughput dash performance, virtual guest, or balanced. And most of the times, people just leave them on balanced. So I would say, I mean, so tuned is going to be changing a lot more stuff than just your sysctl stuff. Tuned does all kinds of other things in the system. In fact, I would tell you, generally speaking, like for me as an engineer, I won't use a tool like that unless I know everything it does in the background. And you might say, why? That sounds like, why don't you just use the tool and use it? And I go, because when the question comes to me later, I can't just say, well, I used tuned and it worked the way. No, I can't do that. So, like, I have to understand a tool before I can use a tool like that. If that makes sense. And I've never invested my time to learn how that works under the hood. So I've really not used it in my career. I know what it does, and I can see a cool usage for it. I've just not gotten around to spending time with it. So, it's probably good. You can see which ones are active and you can see what's going on, but honestly, I haven't seen it make that much difference. It's the same thing with the TCP question earlier. you don't. It's tuned well enough for like 99.5% of applications. If you need to change it, you probably know why you need to change it already, and you wouldn't ask me about it. If that makes sense, it's almost like if you were like, well, Scott, I know that cars actually cause friction with the ground by having 4 wheels. I'm going to take my car and modify it to only have 3 wheels, and it's going to have less friction. It's going to go faster. I'm going to go, yeah, but they're also balanced on those. And then you go, yeah, I don't care. I just know that less friction. I heard that motorcycles with their 2 wheels go faster because they have less friction and less weight, and I'd be removing both weight and friction. Therefore, my car will work better. And I'd go, yeah, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know all the reasons somebody would do a thing, but I'm going to tell you right now, you probably need to spend time. I'm not saying you in general, Leith or Irfan, but I'm just telling you, if you go changing that, there's going to be so many things being changed that you're just probably going to want to spend some time with it. My current preferred build on pretty much everything is Rocky. I've been using Rocky for everything. Yeah, Rocky's been working really good. I've been using it in our we use Werewolf in the lab to build all our lab systems, and Werewolf's been doing some pretty cool stuff for us. So I've been pretty okay with that. That's been working pretty well for me. So, all right, I'm gonna get out of this node and out of that, and then I'm gonna clear that, and I'm going to go to all right, so I'm gonna say that over here in a full node checkout, what would we be doing? Yeah, so hopefully, yeah, I mostly use Rocky nowadays. I don't like love Rocky more than like, I mean, hell, I loved CentOS. CentOS was great, but I don't have any, like, I don't have dog in the fight for any of those. So I guess use whatever works for you. Can I show you guys something cool though? And some of you guys that have been doing the sysadmin course, I really do think that Rocky has some of the best. So we go over here and we go to Rocky, like SE Linux, right? We were doing SE Linux early on because I wanted you guys to kind of look at some of the stuff. And I think, oh, that's the wrong one. Their documentation for like SE Linux. Let's see if we can find Rocky. From their actual Rocky documentation. It's not even on the first page. Look at that. Did I not say? Oh, I said SE Linux first. That's why. Let's say Rocky 9 doc. Here we go. I just think that they, like, if you were like, hey, Scott, I don't know anything about Rocky, but I want to start with it. I think they have one of the best little technical write-ups of, and just show you like what's happening before a system call goes through. SE Linux checks it and tosses it, is a good bucket or bad bucket, right? And then SE Linux has these contexts, and then you set the context, and it's super easy to look at. And all it does is add a little bit of additional labeling to what's already there. But they run you through how it all works. And I'm like, that's a pretty good little primer for people if you've never turned on or off SE Linux. Our SE Linux is running in the labs so that you guys can play with all that stuff. And that's one of the things that we kind of do. So, okay, let me go here to my node checkout. So, make a new slide, and I'm going to change the template to that. And then we're just going to do, how do we know a node is healthy, right? How do we know a node is healthy in a cluster? Now, I'm not, again, showing you guys right now, but I'm writing this training up. All right. Also, I'm going to take a quick break. So, let me... Oh, did that just jump me to a different... Okay, that jumped me to a different page. All right. So, take a quick break if you guys want. Let's see. Google timer. We got a little timer. And what can I say here? I think I can say what the timer's for. All right, there you go. 5 minutes. We'll take a little break here, guys. And then depackage. I'll answer your question when I get back. Yeah, if you want networking, this is the guy. Look that guy up. Todd Lamley. He's the guy who taught me Cisco 20-something years ago. Oh, that's funny. I changed that over, but I didn't transition it to here. So now, okay, there we go. So I can turn on and off my video camera. Yeah, Todd Lamley, 100%. But I'll be right back, guys. Go grab me some more water. Check on Ranger. All right. Why does it feel like this timer goes faster than my timer? I don't know. I'll tell you what, though. Todd Lamley, that's the guy for networking stuff. I teach out of his books. I really like his stuff. I think the guy's pretty solid. All right, come over here while we're waiting for our timer to be up. When looking at performance observability across the stack from application to hardware, what are the biggest challenges you faced in pinpointing bottlenecks? Irfan, mainly I would say historical data. When you want a metric of some type and you don't have it, then you're like, okay, well, I'll start it now. I'll start capturing it now. But then, then whatever it was transient. So it's one of these things where if you have good lessons learned from projects, you'll keep updating what you track. And then when that thing comes up again, you're like, aha, I've got it. I like, it's almost like you're trying to catch like a little, I don't know, snake or something, slither in a hole, and you're like grabbing at his tail and you can't get it. And it's like, so I would say that's the main thing, is like if something's not there. And then the second one I think that gets people is just not knowing the tools that are available. You have so much stuff, like in this cluster I'm working on right now, we've got a tool called RackAdam, and what RackAdam does is it's a Dell tool that allows us to see. I mean, I can see the CPU temperature across my cluster, so I can see if certain parts of my cluster are getting hot. And you start to notice, like you start to notice when, even though you've got hot and cold rack aisles, you'll notice when the racks around, like a storage rack, start to heat up for CPU or something. You can actually track all that stuff if you know how to do it. So it's like there's a lot of good stuff there. Todd Lamley's stuff is the best on planet Earth. Like he's the guy that's been teaching Cisco for 25 years, man. His stuff is great. But his stuff is geared towards Cisco networking, but Cisco networking is in 95% of the networks in the world. So, and the things that aren't Cisco, oh geez, that was loud. The things that aren't Cisco are still Cisco based. So, all right. So I want to go do a node checkout. Whoops, I want to go do a node checkout on the system. So, uptime. All right. Is the three mount should always be there in our system. So I'm putting that on there. That's important. Color black. Okay, and then grab this. All right, so now I got to apply all the services that should be running on a set of nodes, right? Startup said, so the question, did I miss a question? No, I came back and answered it, right? The performance observability, and then the book. Yeah, Todd Lamley would be that. Performance observability would be, you just got to get, are you tracking the things that you care about in my case, so in my home lab, what the heck happened here, right? Something happened to my nodes here, and I didn't even catch it before, but I could go investigate now. So I have what's the average just over the last week, right? This window here is a 7-day window, and you say, why do you spin up your CPU and your memory high, right here? CPU spins up high every night on all my boxes, as does my memory. Why is that? Like, what's the purpose for that? Could we figure that out? Well, I happen to run my antivirus every night, and I run it across the cluster in a way that I used to do professionally for an organization where back in the day, PCI compliance used to say that you had to have antivirus running. It actually says it again now, and it actually says it more clearly where you have to have antivirus running in your labs or in your systems that are running PCI. So PCI is your payment card industry. It's one of those few standards that you'll ever run into. PCI is not required by any law body. There's no nation, no GDPR calls for it, no anybody. But if you want to take payments of credit cards, you will adhere to it. So it's one of the only ones that is driven 100% by the industry. Not by, there's nobody that will arrest you for not adhering to PCI standards. But I'll tell you what, if you don't adhere to PCI standards, you can't take credit cards anymore. Your organization's dead in the water as far as that crap goes. Irfan said, how do you stay productive under pressure without relying on caffeine or sacrificing sleep? Well, I do both of those, so that I can't tell you that. Are there any tools or techniques to help you maintain focus? Yeah, so one of the things, Irfan, let me tell you, like, as far as, like, let's say public speaking, right? Like, you're going to give it up, you're going to get this training, you're going to do anything. And some people really hate public speaking. In fact, some people would rather be in, like, a gunfight than public speaking. And as a combat infantryman who's done both, gunfights are probably slightly worse, but maybe not. Being mortared is definitely worse. But let's say that, so take all that aside and say that staying like maintaining focus and like if I had to give when I first started giving presentations and stuff like that, and I did Toastmasters in high school, so that was big. So my main one is preparation. If I know that I'm the expert on some subject, I really don't care what else is going on in the room. I mean, look, if somebody were like actually like heckling me or something, that would be something else, right? And then we could have to talk about that separate. But like as far as getting up and talking in front of people or those kind of things and being able to stay focused on that, let's just say prepping is big. But then let's say like you're getting called out in the middle of the night to fix a set of servers and things that are busted. How do you keep your cool there? And I would tell you the main thing is know your tools. Like you can't know everything in your environment. I have tried to like know everything that's going on and have things that are out there keeping track of stuff for me. You can't do it. It's too many things change. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. The only thing you can do is know your tools well, and then know your standard process. Like my write up on my other screen right now is how do we do a node checkout? And I've told you guys when I get called out in the middle of the night, the very first thing I do is see if I can ping the machine and SSH to it. If I can, my next step is uptime. I do an uptime. The next thing I do is last, pipe it through more, see who's been on the server, and then I go start looking for broken shit. But if I can get to the server, it's one path I take. If I can't get to the server, it's a totally different path I take. If I can get into the server and it's recently rebooted, that's going to send me down a different path than if the server's been up for 28 days. If there's a new problem tonight, but the server hasn't rebooted in 28 days, we've got some things to go look at. Like we've got to go figure out what's happening, if that makes sense. So yeah. So that's kind of my thoughts. So let me write this up real quick. This thing that I'm doing on this other screen. But that's how I would do it, is just preparation. You can't go wrong with being prepared and just try to be an expert. And when I say be an expert, I don't mean like you sit around and tell other people you're an expert. And like I tell guys all the time, I don't concern myself from very early on in my career. I knew I wasn't going to be the smartest engineer in the room. Guys, I work with really smart dudes. So what I can do is I can be really good at building things, and that's kind of been my thing. And like that's what I kind of have always kind of been good at doing. Hey, Salty Waffles, been a while. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're hanging out on Twitch and YouTube, and I'm not working too hard, but I am working on a different screen. So you guys are just kind of seeing what's going on. You guys can see chat You can see questions. I think you guys should be able to see questions from each other. You guys should be able to see all that stuff. You guys know there's a Discord. I've been mentioning that. There is a Discord that you guys can hang out in for those of you that don't know. And you can go down in there. And for those of you who haven't been in a Discord before, it's just, people are down there hanging out and talking. And then there's different projects you can work on. Really, it's one of my favorite things about Discord is it's more persistent than this. I can only be on while I'm on. And then when I'm gone, there's no real way to talk to me. How do you get a hold of me? How do you ask questions? Discord is like, it's almost like how like Usenet groups were, or like chat rooms and stuff, but it's more persistent. You could go in there and you could look up the SE Linux stuff we did a few weeks ago, and you could go read all the articles people posted about it and find out things that maybe you don't know about the system, right? So that's I think super useful. So, all right, I need to squish my screen down. Actually, I need to move this over just a little bit for a second here. And then I need to, so we're getting people adding and joining and leaving the server. By the way, I'm gonna, the only thing I would say is if you leave the server and you lose a role and you come back and you don't have the role, I'm not gonna reestablish that. So people that keep leaving and joining the server, that's gonna be something for you to think about, right? Something for you to think about if you want to do, because I think people are messing around, and that's fine. Again, I'm not going to tell you guys how to have fun. I'm just going to tell you, like, if you keep leaving and joining the server and it strips your titles, I can't, and it strips how long you've been on the server, I can't do anything for you guys, right? I'm not going to try to do anything for you, because I'm going to feel like, like you guys did that to yourself, kind of. That's my thoughts on it. Node exporter is port 9100. Should be. Yeah. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm on top of this other stuff I'm doing. I'm also working. So you say, why are you working on Sunday? Well, because the wife's gone, and without anybody to take care of me, I just need to sit here and keep myself busy. All right. So SSHD node exporter, node exporter. We should have, on any one of these, we should have Weka node, so that stuff should be running. Let's say Weka node should be running because we're running Weka, so that's a important thing. And then Slurm D. Yeah. And then I need to make sure that that's always the same on all my servers. All right. Those are listening services. So those guys should be there. All right. And then I need to, whoops. Need to get in and check the running services. Salty, I've just been working a lot. I work a whole lot. Most of you guys know. Oh, I didn't even finish to explain this earlier. Somebody asked me a question earlier about like what I do for Redline and how I do my work. And some of you, if you've ever worked in a matrixed organization, you know what it means to hit like different charge codes. That's pretty common if you work in like Lockheed, General Dynamics, some of those things. Well, what happens with Redline is when I first got hired on with them years back, I worked on the NOAA project, so National Oceanographic Atmospheric Agency, and I'm still technically with them. With NOAA, I have a little contractor ID, and it was actually funny because when I got that contractor ID in like 2021, there was like it was really hard to get on military bases, and it was like I couldn't get to Luke Air Force Base out here in the Phoenix area. And my brother Steve is a recruiter. My older brother Steve is still a recruiter in the Army. So if any of you want to join the U.S. Army, let me know. My brother will help you out. But my older brother Steve is still a recruiter. He's 44 and he's still recruiting. And he gets a lot of people into. He's active guard reserve. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. He takes me down and gets me on one of the campuses, like because you had to, or it's actually the reserve thing out here in Phoenix. And he takes me on there and he gets me in. And I remember like, I don't want to get anybody in trouble here, but I'm just gonna tell you, we walked in and like there was like 30, 40 people ahead of me, like getting ID cards, and it was going to take like 10, 15 minutes each, and they only had so many bays, like they were taking people in these doors. And my brother Steve was like, I think I know the person that runs this still, and he called that person up, and I got called in next and went in the back. It was kind of funny. So we were in and out of there in like 10 minutes, which was really funny. I feel a little bad about it, but not that bad, because, well, you know, again, he's still in, so we'll take it where we can get it. But anyways, yeah, I have one of those little cards. and the question was, what do I do for Redline? And when I work for one company, I just work on those projects, and that's my 40 or 50 hours a week or whatever. But more recently, when I came back, I was rebuilding a high-performance compute team for a college. So there was a big college in the Northwest that went down to only 2 people. They had like 8 people on their team, and they went down to only 2 people, and one was a manager and one had only been in high performance compute for like 2 years. So they were in like emergency mode and they needed somebody, and they said, hey, Scott, will you come down and help us rebuild our team, and we'll do a 1-year contract. So for that project I did just that, and that ended this last June. So then the question is, what do I do now? Now it's like a free-for-all. I'm just like working on a whole bunch of different clusters for a whole bunch of different customers. And my company does both the primary contract, and then we're also the subcontractor for things. So, you know, like Dell, let's say Dell sells a product to somebody, but they need to have another company build it, or they need somebody that specializes in the high performance compute part, specifically around the networking a lot of times, the InfiniBand networking. My company will come in and build it. And I specialize in the Ansible automation and the Linux build stuff. That's what I do. But then we have guys that are the networking guys and the other stuff. And I know all that stuff okay. Like I could build the training on it and stuff, but for the most part, I just kind of go around to do whatever. So I'm almost back like in a matrixed organization again. But the cool thing about it is, one, I'm doing little projects and I'm working on things. Like I picked up Bright the other day. I've shown you guys how Bright Cluster works. I had never used a Bright Cluster Manager before. It's an NVIDIA product that they're calling like Chaos Commander or something Commander. What are they calling Bright now? Hold on. So NVIDIA bought it. If you go to it, it's called so it's Bright Cluster Manager, but they're calling it like the something Commander. I don't want to quote the old Jay and Silent Bob, but hold on. So anyways, if you guys need that, here's the link. That's funny. I would get myself in trouble if I start quoting Jay and Silent Bob on stream. They changed the name. Base Commander. That's what they're calling it. Base Commander. So there it is. Anyways, something else to think about. We'll turn that back on rotating. I am still checking out nodes, so I'm doing node checkout and duplicate slide. Node checkout, running services. So we can do cancel that. How's Ranger doing? Look at that dog down there. Guys, it's 100 and... No, it's only 99 in Phoenix right now. It's supposed to get to 101 today. And he looks like he's super tired or whatever, but he's hanging out downstairs at 73 degrees. So I know he's nice and comfy. So don't let that old dog demeanor fool you. Also, I just talked to my brother. One of my brothers lives about a mile from me. Him and his kids are going to come over later and do pizza, so that's kind of cool. They got a good pizza place around here that we sometimes like. So I am going to keep duplicating this and then say so I'm checking all right, Weka client. Oh, it's oh, there it is, Weka in it. And that's going to be a big part of kicking off things. And then I'm going to note, this is an important thing, when you're using storage and you're using a client to mount storage, it's important to note that it is a different behavior if you're using SE Linux or not. So I'm going to note in here, Weka mounts differently for SE Linux nodes, SE Linux enabled nodes, right? And then there's some configuration that had to happen there for that to work properly, and I'm going to have to note that in the training here. This training that I'm building that I can't show you guys is designed for systems admins, like guys that have been doing this. In fact, I thought I was going to have like 30 people in there, and I just found out recently I'm only going to have about between 3 and 5. But they're going to be experienced admins. I'm going to be showing them around this system. This is no different than like when I came in onto like the Bright cluster, and it's like the cluster was already built and I was doing all the security stuff. I was doing all the stigging and hardening of the boxes. And for that to happen, I needed to kind of, it's almost like if you brought me to a new place, and well, I mean, it's exactly what happened. That you brought me to a new place and I don't know any of the organization or the structure of the server names or any of those things, but I picked that stuff up quick. I'm pretty good on that stuff. I've been doing this a long time, and names of servers. I can't remember any person's name, but a frickin' server name I remember forever. And I get into there, I do all that, and then I start doing that. Well, it's the same kind of thing with this. Like we've been building this cluster out for the last 5 months, and then there's different versions of this cluster that are going to different places on planet Earth. And we're bringing these admins, which they know systems work, they just don't know systems work on these systems. So like when I'm showing these guys like system CTL commands, they know the commands, much like you guys do, that have been around here for a bit, but they don't know which ones to apply to which nodes for whatever checkout. Like if I just dropped you in and said, hey, Werewolf controls this cluster, you might think, oh, I can just go update all these nodes, but you can't update them. You have to update the image, and then you got to reboot them, right? And that would be something that if nobody ever showed you, we call that like pitfalls, right? You don't want to leave like pitfalls or traps for people, because you know what's going to happen. You're going to get I try to tell you guys this, especially as like a senior guy. If you don't want to get called out, you have to have your junior engineers and junior admins good enough to not have any of those. One, don't leave those pitfalls around if you can anyways, like clean your stuff up. But two, make sure they know about the ones that do exist, right? So yeah, and then Let me clear this real quick. That's the name of that client I just found. Oh, whack it in it. I'm so dumb sometimes. All right. Well, let me duplicate this slide. Okay. All right. Excuse me. I'm getting a lot of stuff done. Actually, I'm gonna check where I'm at right now. I'm gonna check. So I'm keeping track of the number of slides that I have versus the number of slides. So day 3 is up to 24 now. I want 120 slides for each day. Got 46 up there. I'm at 26. Ah, that sucks. 26 there. All right. So if I were breaking it down right now, oh, am I really on 2 hours? I'm only oh man, I'm not getting a lot of slides done right now. I was hoping that I was doing like 10 slides an hour or something. I am not hitting 10 slides an hour right now. That's probably because I'm talking so much instead of just sitting here and doing my work. Easy money. Is someone trying to dictionary attack my server? Are you talking? Let's go back here. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, at all times we have a certain amount of nodes, people just testing. But yeah, let's go look at this real quick. Move this over here a little bit to the right. I think it's mainly. Let me see if I can just zoom out on this a little bit. Yeah, so you see all these different IP addresses. No, they're hitting from all over like normal. But once they hit 5, once they randomly from one IP address hit 5 failed logins in a certain time, I think it's 5 or 10 minutes, then I block them forever. So, yeah, I mean, it's you have constant botnet stuff going on. Like, if you guys want a fun one, go spin up a AWS EC2 instance in the cloud and open port 22. Now, nobody can get in because you have certificate, like you have to have a key to get in there. Or you can change the certificates, but you could use a password. Anyways, you'll find that you start getting probed on port 22 in under 5 minutes. I don't care what it is. Any of those default IP addresses that are recycled for public IP addresses from like the AWS space, you'll immediately start getting hit. So, and there's another one that I read where like if you have a new GitHub push, and then you track how long it takes for somebody to come along and scan your public GitHub for keys and stuff, it tends to be under 5 minutes. So yeah, it's kind of wild the amount of stuff that's out there. But no, easy money. This is about normal. So this is for the last 12 hours. Yeah, it's a few hundred. That's about normal. Yeah, we're not seeing any super high spikes of anything. It's not dictionary attack though, no, because they're guessing usernames with default passwords. Anonymous admin, Ruby, Marco, admin, Alex admin. They're trying to get, and then they're trying root, which root can't even log into my SSH, so that's silly. Admin, user, Ubuntu, admin, Ubuntu, test, emit, LK. Those are all common ones. ES pops up a lot. Telco admin, I don't know, Postgres admin, Ubuntu. The one that pops up a lot is ES. which is Elasticsearch. So people stand up Elasticsearch and think they're good, but then the default will be they'll be Pi is a big one too, and they probably use whatever the default for Pi is. So this is not anything nearly as advanced as like a dictionary attack, and it's nothing like a persistent threat. It's just bots crawling the web, and they don't care if they get banned out because that bot just doesn't get to connect to my server anymore. They don't care. Yeah, that's big scheme of things. It's not a big thing to them. So, yeah. So, by the way, there's a Discord. You guys are welcome to go hang out in there. Looks like we've been having people joining the Discord and probably leaving. I think so. All right. Anyways, let me see. Hold on, Chris. I allow SSH access from my public IP address to a specific port on my web server. Not sure if that's a telltale or not. Yeah, I mean, Chris, that's fine. I mean, it's fine. It's but if that's an open, let's see, from my public IP to a specific port on my web server, not sure if that's intelligent or not. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, if you lock down by source, that's pretty safe, right? But if you just change like a port number, that's not considered, because a sweep only takes 10 seconds to sweep all your devices for ports that are responding anyways. So I'm still in the checkout of my servers. I'm in this phase here. What else do I want to check out for node storage? I do uptime and storage. Like, what do we need to see here? Listening services that should be running. There's another corollary service called Munge. So if you guys ever run, if in your career you ever run a tool called Slurm, which Slurm's a kind of big, I mean, it's a big tool. I mean, it's popular. Well, in a very niche thing, but Slurm from Sketch MD, I've shown you guys this before and how Slurm works. One of the things to remember by source and public, yeah, there you go. So that's gonna limit down people's surface. It limits down your surface area of attack a lot. But over here, I just want to guys show you something. When you run Slurm daemon on a node, there's all this. So Slurm controller, and then if you have a secondary Slurm controller, but in some nodes we don't, and then the Slurm database. There's different ways to run this, but Slurm itself is here communicating. And one of the things that doesn't, or one of the things that Slurm doesn't do though is maintain its own communication. It's kind of like Slurm wants to just talk over and then let something else deal with the authentication between them. So the tool for that is called Munge. And if you want to go look up open source Munge, Munge is actually a really interesting little tool. It's free. It's an authentication service for creating and validating credentials. So you can have Munge running on two servers, and you can put the keys out of band between those two servers, and then you can let a service check out and communicate over Munge, and it'll do all the authentication for you. And like, without getting too much into it, that's what Munge is, right? And that is the back end for how Slurm talks to it. If you ever want to break a set of Slurm servers, just delete all their Munge. Everything will be up, and people will be like, what the hell? None of these things are talking to anything? Because Slurm by itself doesn't talk to itself. Slurm has to talk through Munge. So they say that in here, too. They break that out when you dig in. But that's the thing. And if you do our lab, we actually have a lab on that. I make you do that. I make you go and you take your Munge key because you've generated Munge in two different places, but the Slurm won't ever talk. So I make you copy the key from the head node to the other node and presumably to all the other nodes. Or you could regenerate the key and push, I don't know, you can do it with Ansible too if you wanted to rotate keys so often for good practice. But the point is the Munge key has to be there or Munge isn't talking to any other servers. So it's another type of, like just don't think OpenSSH is the only way that we can authenticate. No, There are all kinds of other tools, and this one happened to win out on this one. So when Slurm is running, Munge must be running. In fact, that's something I'm showing on this. I'm going to say Slurm can run, but Slurm cannot communicate without Munge running as well. So let's say here. I'm just gonna go that, and then duplicate slide and say Munge. Get rid of that. Put that in there. Boom. All right. We got there now. 25 total. We're getting there, guys. Getting there nice and slow, but we're getting there still. All right. 25. All right, what else? Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, Chris. Sounds safe enough. All right, did I stop that from spinning? There we go. Go back to spinning. Don't need the Munge. Yeah, Brandon Gregg's still good to be spinning up there. That's still good to be spinning up there. Good. All right. And Vivana, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. I missed your hi, but hopefully, again, that this stuff is good. I'm just messing around today, guys. I'm not working super hard on stuff, but I'm still trying to answer questions. If you guys have anything that's useful or needs to be talked about. So that's node checkout stuff. I just built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so slides in there. I'm gonna probably just cheat a little bit and say checking for broken services. Yeah, Chris, and you guys are welcome to, hang out and do whatever. Again, I'm not working too super hard. In fact, I've kind of on accident just completely skipped lunch, so I'm just gonna hang out now. I got a few more hours. I think my brother said like 5 or 6 they're gonna come over, so I've got a few more hours to kind of hang out, and then hold on, I'm texting him back. All right. So I'm probably gonna. I've just been missing lunch, so I'm probably fine. Probably fine to miss lunch. Node checkout for that. Duplicate slide. Node checkout. Finding broken services. Oops. If you've never found broken services, you've always got systemctl list dash units and then dash dash state equals failed. You can always use that. So finding broken services in a system, that's very important for me. Like when I build new servers out, like so let's say systems administration is a lot of keeping things running, but systems engineering is building out like the new Like, okay, now we're bringing Rocky 9 into the environment, or now we're bringing this into the environment and doing it a different way or whatever. And so let's say I have to go and build out all like the Red Hat 9 boxes for a system. I got to go build the new baseline for brand new servers that are coming in. Well, that to me is going to be building a node one time, getting it to come up, getting it to connect to the network with all of the, like, I'm going to have to go make sure that I can get the storage up, make sure I can get the authentication services up, make sure I can be on the high-speed network. High-speed network comes before the storage, by the way. Make sure I have any special drivers that I need, any of those things. And I make sure that all that works, right? And I tell people a lot of times with engineering, it's this principle of I just need to see it work once. Once I get it to work, once I get a proof of concept running, then from there I can go and start to productionalize it and clean it up and make it work better and make it more secure and do all those other things. But none of those things can happen until I get it to work that one time. Does that kind of make sense? It's almost like you're what the heck's the name of that? Hold on. There's an old Dilbert. It's Biggs Hoson, isn't it? Dilbert Higgs boson. Is that what it is? Higgs boson? Yeah. If you guys have never seen this, hold on. This is so funny. So this is an old, but it's, I found the Higgs boson. So the Higgs boson is some people call it the God particle, and it's the idea that it's the theoretical particle that caused a Big Bang, right? And I don't want to get into that, right? But I can just tell you that it's really funny that he finds it and it tells him to build an arc, and he's like, oh no, just turn nothing but trouble. Just this is gonna cause all kinds of, So he's like, as an engineer, but what I'm saying is, I just need a thing to work, and then I can go build everything else off of that, right? And I make sure that things stay stable, and then we've talked about I document things. So once I get a server to work, one of my first things is I break it. I just get rid of it. I throw it away, and I build it again with my process, and I fix my process until I can build it, and then I break it and I build it again. So I kind of build servers like 3 times when I'm engineering them, and then you might say that seems kind of wild. Yeah, but you know what? I have an almost bulletproof process to build it that I could give to anybody else at that point. Now, you know what's funny about that is that process to build that server, once it gets good, is never used again, because now that becomes the template for how I automatically push through whatever, XCat or Werewolf or whatever my tool is that then takes that image and pushes it everywhere. I never have to do that clean build ever again, but I did it so that if somebody were to say, hey, Scott, we broke everything, can you start over? I go, yeah, it's actually probably automated at this point. And there's a lot of tools that'll do that. In fact, we use Ansible for that in some cases. So anyways, that's something to think about. And think about and go look at. Okay, so I did finding broken services there. What would the botnext attack be lowered if you disable IPv4 and use IPv6 instead? Vivana, probably. That actually could nowadays help a little bit, because IPv4 probably has a lot more casuals hanging out on it. But here's the thing, almost everything's dual stack anyways, so you'd still get IPv6 scanning. There's still a fair amount of it. That's so funny to me. Did you guys know there is a IPv6 certification from these guys? Did you guys know they've got a free certification that you guys can go take? Like, so if you're just like, hey, I've been hearing about IPv6 forever, but I never spent any time, you can go sign up, and one of our guys, actually, I think a few of our guys have done this now, but one of our guys back in the day got a free shirt from them. They used to give free shirts with this. I don't know if they still do. I'll link this to you guys if you want it. So that probably has all this other reference stuff on there, but it's just the HENet certification. So, all right. I'll leave that up in case anybody wants it. That's so funny. All right, let's go. I'm gonna go back over here and keep looking at stuff. So now I'm over here and I am finding out why some NFS service is broken. and then I can pull that out or whatever. Okay. Studying for your CCNA. Yeah, Vivana, I passed my CCNA 22 years ago now. And I think CCNA was one of the best starts maybe to a career ever for me. I mean, it was probably the best thing for me to start with. I got into... I was just an infantry guy running around in the Army, right? And I was just going to school at night because I was like, I'm not going to have gone into the Army and done dumb stuff, which is infantry. Objectively, it's infantry, right? It's cannon fodder. I'm not going to have done that and then remain a dummy, so I'm going to go back to college. Which was funny, that's actually when I found out that, like, because they told me in high school if I didn't take all these certain classes, I couldn't go to college. That's not true. If you have money, they'll take you at college. Just in case you guys didn't know that, they'll take you in college as long as you got. So when the Army was paying for it, I just started going to school. And the two paths I looked at that were really interesting to me was either HVAC. And HVAC in Phoenix, you're always going to have work because that's AC stuff. But then you're working outside, not in the AC, and I was like, I don't know about that. And then the other one was Cisco, so I did Cisco. So it's kind of funny. Also, it's really funny too. Some of you guys are going to probably think this is funnier than others, but I'm working on my doctorate right now, and my doctorate's in business administration with an emphasis in quantitative analytics. But if I hadn't been an engineer, my eventual doctorate would have been in English because I enjoy that kind of stuff. But I tell my wife sometimes, like, if I had been born 100 years earlier, I probably would have been an editor for a paper and that's probably funny to people because my spelling's so terrible. But it's not actually terrible. It's just when I type, it comes out terrible. But yeah, anyways, but because I find all the errors and things almost like nails on a chalkboard. So it seems like a career that would have been good for me. But it also has helped me a lot in engineering because I can spot errors quickly. I can find what's not in line with what we expect. And so that's good too. All right, so this one's up to 26 too. So I am almost, right now, actually, I'm about a quarter of the way right now with all my training being done. I only have 2 more weeks until I have to go give the training. So I need to up my game. I want to get probably 100 slides plus done today. So it's good. HVAC 130 plus attics in Texas, not fun. Yeah, Cyber Buffalo, that sounds really bad. In fact, I remember at the beginning, it's funny right now, at the beginning of this year, I remember one of our guys in our Discord who was he in Houston or Austin? I forget which of those is hotter. I want to say he was in Houston. And I remember it hit like 110 there. And I was like, shoot, Phoenix is only like high 90s right now. Like, geez, you guys are blowing us out of the water. But we finished our summer strong because we are still over 100 degrees right now. We're at 99 right now, but we'll be at 101 today. But all the way this last week, we were in the 110s still last week in October. like Phoenix is hot. But we didn't start out hot like some of you guys in Texas. Some of you guys, I remember it was like, I want to say it was like March. I was like, damn, you guys got hot quick. I forget what it was, if it was Houston or Austin. If any of you guys live out there and remember, you can let me know. But if you guys missed this earlier too, on your Excalidraw, which is a free tool, it's open source tool by the way too, because you can run Excalidraw locally. They have a little AI thing now, and you could say, I want diagram a new dashboard for uptime and KPI metrics on an ops team, right? And this thing will try to build you a little dashboard. Yeah, Vivana, I'm making the slides for training here. Yeah, absolutely. But I'll tell you, if for some of you guys that haven't been around, like I have stuff over on YouTube. If you're doing networking stuff, I have a 2-hour networking primer over there. And the primer just goes over the 7 layers of the OSI model, how things talk. It shows my subnetting methodology, which I think works well, but you know, I'm just me, so how do I know? What is this little thing? So this is interesting to me. This is now So this is now our drawing here. Whoops. Let's just move this guy. Move him up here. And then let's try this other thing. There's this other thing that actually kind of was interesting to me earlier. I managed to get, hold on, let's grab this. So you can do, I don't know why I can't drag it out. All right. Oh, shit. Let's try it again. Hold on. Wireframe to code. All the way over it. Come on. There we go. I did this earlier, and it actually had an interesting type of effect. So we'll convert this over, and we'll see what this actually looks like when it's done. It might take a little bit of time spinning, and it might not actually convert to code, but it'll do something. So actually from the YouTube channel, saw it last week, I think. Nice. Yeah. Well, you guys are welcome to hang out. I'm not doing my normal thing right now. Normally I show you guys this whole other screen over here, but this is kind of like a little co-working session that I decided to pop up, and you guys can see, you know, each other talk, and you guys can see some stuff that I'm kind of messing with. But what you don't see is like my training that I'm building out, because it's for an actual client. So let's see what this looks like. All right, uptime metrics, KPI metrics. I mean, like if I didn't know anything else about this, and I know it's just generic, that doesn't look like the worst thing I've ever seen. And I can enter full screen mode. Looks like I can copy it, but the point is, I at least have something to start with here, I think. Whatever that is, you know. I don't know, some KPI metrics. And I probably went and grabbed possible key performance indicator metrics from the internet, you know, and just threw them over there. But then could I turn that into something in Grafana? Sure. I mean, it wouldn't look perfect, but I could modify it and make something that looked like that, you know. So anyways, it's just for mocking stuff up, right? Like, you're not going to use it, but, or you might not use it anyways. But back this out a little bit. There's our humble little NFS server, doing NFS server stuff. All right, I'm still on node checkout. So what other things could I do for my node checkout? New slide. Checking network. So checking network devices will be IP adder brief, just to make sure that you've got the networks on the machine. And then, let's see. What else we got? Ivana, how are you, by the way, how are you prepping for that? Or how are you making sure you're ready for your CCNA? Or are you taking it soon, any of that kind of stuff? Because I have, you know, what I do when I get ready for a cert, and I have my recommendations for people for that kind of stuff. So if you want any of that from me, I can tell you how I would study and what I do when I'm getting ready for certs. Let's do IB stat, IB status. So IB stat and IB status are good for making sure that the links are up on our devices. checking for speed, and we're checking for everything looking like it should. So I got to look at that in slideshow mode to make sure it looks like what I expect. Whoops. All right. All right, so we check for link state, we check for expected speeds because we expect the system to operate at a certain speed, and verify that that looks the same across different systems. One of the cool things about if you ever work in a big cluster is you always have like somebody to compare a node to. Like if something doesn't look like what it should, you go, well, I don't remember what it looked like, but I can go look at this other node and see what he's doing, what that node's doing, and that will tend to kind of sort me out on what might be not working the way that I expect. Yeah, so Vivana, this is what I would do. You started 40 days ago, just finished 2 of 6 parts. Usually do Jeremy, IT lab, and his Anki card labs, and I'm planning to take a few days off, read my notes, and repeat all the labs I did by myself. Okay, so a few things. That's perfect. I think hands-on for Cisco is probably the most important thing, like getting your hands on it. Your best way, I think, to get your hands on stuff is GNS3. Like, they have free labs out there for you to go practice and do stuff. But then the other thing I would tell you, and this is one of the, like, so GNS, if you've never seen GNS, guys, it's a free tool that just allows you to build, like what it allows you to build, like in your own little home lab. You can just go and have, for any of you guys that don't know, if you want to get into networking, you can have your own little lab right here that just looks like this, and you can go connect into any device and just run Cisco commands on it and build networks. And people have built labs and people have done challenges all up and down the internet. But that will get you doing a lot of stuff. But then you say, well, what do I need to do? And Vivana is talking about getting a CCNA. So I'm going to tell you this, what I would do for a CCNA. I would go to CCNA requirements, right? CCNA requirements, cert, right? And I would go to, if Cisco has it, and if Cisco has right here on their CCNA certification page, right here, I'll go down and I'll look and I'll say, why certify? What's my overview? Overview, getting started. I want to see if I can go see the exact exam. These are exam basics, training basics, required for the CCNA. So if I was going to go take a CCNA, it's $300. Maybe I can get my company to pay for it. I got an hour and 20 minutes to do it. And here's the exam details right here. Here's the topics. Yeah, topics. That's what I want. And I would go to my notepad. Here we go. I don't want this. Get out of here. Much stuff in my way. Yeah, I would go right here, and I would grab every single one of these, and I would put it in a notepad. Right? I would just grab all this. And when I get ready to do a certification, this is what I do, guys. I take all these, and I go put them, like I would grab all this, just like this. All the way, right? And then I would take it all and I would go put it in a like logsec, which is a nice little tool. Yep, it all went into my logsec there. And now I have, and then this first one would be network fundamentals. And I know you guys can't see this, But I will add it. Give me 1 second here. I'll add it as its own little source here. Give me 1 second here. Screen capture. Screen capture, add source, new source, logsec. Right. We'll add it as a source. And where's he at? Logsec, right there. Done. Boom. And I'm gonna make it a little smaller. Whoops. Oh, didn't want to do that. Logsec should be right here. So, 1 second here to make this a little bit bigger for you guys. There you go. All right. You guys can see logsec there. And then now I have all the things, right? I have all the things necessary to get that cert. I can pull this stuff off of here, right? This stuff is me messing around earlier. So now I got my network fundamentals. I've got my network access. I've got my IP connectivity. I've got my IP services, my security fundamentals, and my automation and programmability. So I've got all these things. And what I would start doing then is I would start saying, okay, and this is me, guys. Not everybody wants to study this the same way as I do. But I would go here and I would say, okay, explain the role and function of network components. Do I know what a router is? And then maybe I would say, you know, I would either put a dash through it, or I would say, you know, check, you know, maybe that's my good or something like that. And I would do my thing. But then what I would do, this is what I would test myself with. I would say, can I talk about what a router is for 1 minute? And I would look at that and I go, okay, routers exist at layer 3. Routers are a function of, they tend to be in software and not in hardware. They deal with source and destination of packets at, you know, IP packets at layer 3. They are primarily path determination and packet switching of routing tables that they build either through knowing connected networks. That's a trust of 0. Trust of 1 and administrative distance sense is static, so they can have statically assigned routes, and then they can have dynamically assigned routes that they learn through IP protocols, routing protocols, right? Okay, and then routers, they also have a secondary function that's not their two primary functions. Their secondary functions are to do IP filtering based on either simple standard access control lists that only filter on source addresses, and extended access control lists that can filter on anything, even up to layer 4 stuff. So yeah, I think I know what a router is, right? I got routing down, and then I would check that for myself, and I go, I don't need to spend a lot of time on that. And then, do you guys want me to throw these notes in? I can, since I have them, I can throw these all in whatever. I can throw these in the Discord if you guys want. Cisco stuff. Hold on. Up in networking topics. Cisco. Boom. Yeah, there you go. Boom. There's all the Cisco stuff. Yeah, that's the thing that we just looked at or whatever. Okay, so my point is you can look at that and then you can figure out if that's what you want. If you think you know those things. Do I know what power over Ethernet is? Maybe power over Ethernet doesn't need that much. I say, well, it's powered Ethernet configurations typically only have a few of them on maybe like access layer switches, and it's the ability to do low voltage over the additional 2 pairs that are not used in anything up through Cat 6. Boom, done. But then you're going to have limitations of speed on those cables because you can't go to higher categories of whatever, you know. And then do I know what all these things are? I just go through them all. Do I know what a 2-tier and a 3-tier and a spine leaf model are? Do I know what a wide area network is in relation to a local area network, right? Do I know about small office, home office, where I'll be setting stuff up? And do I know the difference between on-premise and cloud, right? So these are the types of things that I might need to spend time on and know about, right? So, yeah, like, do I still have that up for you guys? Yeah. And then keep coming down. Network access. So do I understand? What's an 802.1q? that's the standard for VLANs, right? So the native VLAN is the default VLAN typically, but 802.1q is a tagging standard, and then Cisco also has their own proprietary one called, I think it's ISL. You can look that up if you want, but they might mention it somewhere else. But 802.1q is an additional component, an additional field that is put into an Ethernet 2 header, and then it allows your ports to filter egress from the switch. It's always egress for network frames, right? So, look, this is what we do, and then like how do prefix and network masks and all these things and all these things. This is your CCNA stuff, and I teach this stuff. Yeah, I've been teaching this for 16 years almost now at the college level, and I had my CCNA 22 years ago too. So, anyways, that's what I would focus on if it were me. All right, let's get rid of that. Go back over here. I'll get rid of the Cisco stuff. GNS3, one of the best things to spend your time on, I think. In fact, I've even thought about building labs in GNS3 for you guys. And then you guys could come in and use them in our lab environment as well. All right, let's get back to what was I working on. So I was doing some stuff, and I was checking out my system. But then back here, I have kind of cluster operations and looking up inventories. I kind of think I need to do my werewolf. Werewolf's back over here. Okay, I'm on the wrong day, guys. I'm on the wrong days. Used to do the exams in high school. I'll try doing a CCNA. Yeah, Vivana, if you're working on the stuff and you're feeling good about it, my main thing is you just got to have your hands on tight, because there are some labs in your Cisco stuff. But the labs are, they're straightforward. You just got to know how to do. I think in my mind, as long as I know how to do the different components, and if I can talk through all the things on there for about a minute each, right? And anyone that I just go, I don't know what that is, that's the one that I go spend more time with. So I'm tracking. I'm not tracking the ones that are good. I should have been clear about that. I'm only tracking the ones that I don't know, because the ones that I do know, I'm gonna brush through those and I'm gonna hit those in labs, and I know them. But the ones that I don't know, or things that are new from the last time I looked at the cert, those are the ones that I'm like, I'm gonna go spend a little more time there. I'm gonna go give that 10 more minutes of study. I'm gonna make sure that I can enumerate and list the component pieces as names, because one of the worst things that could happen is you go into a cert and they're like, how do you do a Fleeble box on a Google block, and you're like, I don't even know what those fucking words are. Did you just make those words up for this cert? That's one of the worst things that could happen on a cert. You never want that to happen. You want to because here's the thing, if you at least know what the words mean, you could probably knock 2 answers out on most, especially entry level certs. You can normally knock 1 or 2 things out, right? So that's just my thoughts on it, right? Like, you can do these things whatever kind of different ways you want, but that's the way I would do it. All right. Oh man, I really got to start hammering out this part. So my next part I'm going to be doing Slurm in the cluster and trying to get that looking like I should. And maybe I'll take a break here for a little bit. But yeah, Ivana, and by the way, if you need help, ask about it down in the networking. We have some CCNAs and CCNPs running around. So we have some people, we're right at 3,000 engineers in our Discord. So, you guys are welcome to ask questions, and people try to answer when they can. I think we've got a pretty friendly, in general, group down there. I'll link this over on the YouTube side for you guys too. There you go. And then you guys know that that it does look like I'm getting hit a little harder now. So maybe while I'm online, people have been finding my IP. It's not hard to find my IP. It's all over the Discord. In fact, I have a dynamic DNS that hits my home lab. So. Yeah, there's all that kind of stuff. Also, I'm sorry, guys, that the sound isn't working, but thanks for the follows. Thanks for the... yeah, my brother Tommy resubscribed earlier and said almost as long as I've known that guy. That's funny. Me and Tommy have known each other for, I guess it would be like almost 40 years. Actually, he's having his birthday coming up. He's turning 40. Him and my other younger brother, they're turning 40. The twins are turning 40, and they're going to have a big party. In fact, I think when they come over, we're going to load up a bunch of tables and chairs, because at my house we have a bunch of tables and chairs for like when we do events and stuff and parties and have people over, and I'm going to let him use a whole bunch of them for his place, so that'll be good. What else? What else do we have? There's obviously lots of stuff to work on and study, and I would tell you guys, if you are in the Discord, we got some savages down there. If you're hanging out here, I would tell you go hang out down in the Discord, because like we got the savages down there. They're studying. I don't see any of them showing the screen right now, but when they do show the screen, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know they answer questions for people, so those are kind of like, I've been telling people, the guys that have been hanging out and guys and girls that have been hanging out in there, they are kind of becoming our new backbone of our group. Like the people that are interested in doing this, we have a lot of people that have been around a long time, so there's a lot of kind of senior people, but you guys are welcome to hang out in there and talk shop with these other guys. All right, I'm getting myself off track. What else am I doing here? So I'm gonna go back to the day 2 training, and let's just do manually. Okay, so editing, backing out, adding containers with Ansible. Practice in labs for safety reasons. Okay. Excuse me. Let's. All right, so I'm gonna do. Like what? So now I got to do, my next thing is going to be like, what is Werewolf doing? And there's 2 sides to that. So when you go to explain, think about how you'd want me to explain something to you. If I was going to tell you about like a car, and you guys have never driven a car before, you don't even know what a car is. We're just walking up to this thing on the ground, and I'm like, okay, guys, look, we're going to get in this thing, and we're going to spin the wheel, and we're going to hit the gas, and we're going to go, and you're going to be like, hold on, I don't even know what that thing is. And I go, okay. So how should I explain this? Okay, this is a vehicle for us to transport ourselves around in. One of us has to be in charge of it so we don't kill everybody around us. It can go really fast or it can go really slow depending on this. And then there's all these rules for how we operate it. That might be a little bit better start than just like sitting you down and going, it's in drive. And you're like, I don't even know what drive is. Just put your right foot to the floor and then you just go, right? Or I guess maybe it's backwards and... Actually, I don't even know. If you're in... I know Europe is backwards. They're sitting on the right side, right? But are you guys also driving with your other foot? Is it to the inside or is it on the right side still for your pedals? Somebody needs to answer me that, or I'm going to have to go look that up. Is your right foot still your drive pedal in Europe? Somebody tell me that. I don't know. Do you still shift with your left if you're in a shifter? I mean, I know you're shifting with your left hand, but is your left foot shifting still? Because in America, you shift with your right hand, but your left foot is the shifter. If you're doing, who's driven a shifter in a while? Probably not so many people, but. All right. So that's something to think about. I don't know. I'm getting loopy because I'm messing around and not doing my lab stuff like I should. But my point is, back to how somebody would explain something to you. I'm doing the explanation of what werewolf is first. And then I'm going back and doing the operation of the werewolf stuff. Proper Copper Coffee Pot has followed. Thank you. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. And Lurky and TF something GGG. Hopefully, again, that this stuff's... we're just hanging out. We're not working too hard. I'm showing you guys a bunch of stuff, but we're not doing my normal overlays. We're not doing my normal presentations today. We're just kind of hanging out. And everybody's welcome down in Discord. But I need to come down and do, what is our system here doing. So that's all there. We use these tools. Current crux images. So before we even get into this, before we even touch any of this stuff, let's say determining which node is the head node. Determining which node is the head node. And that is going to be a command. PCS status. Oh. Oh no. Don't want to mess up my password too many times. Let's see. Lucky, your channel looks interesting. I'll come by another time. Have to study for my network exam tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, Lucky. Hopefully it works out for you. Are you doing Net Plus? Just go study. Go study. That's better. But yeah, the channel is mostly Linux, all Linux systems stuff. But I am also, known to do some networking when people ask me to, because that's important as an engineer. Understanding. Nobody runs a Linux server just to say, I'm running one Linux server. Nobody runs 100 Linux servers to be like, all right, we got to 100 Linux servers. The company is now profitable. That's not why we run Linux. We run Linux to interact with other services and be platforms. That's why it's called platform engineering a lot, for developers and other teams. So I tell you guys a lot, like, you should know what your value is as an engineer. You should know what your value is as an administrator. You should know what your value is to a company running servers, right? Like, these are the kind of things. It's an exam for uni. Yeah, that's fine. I don't hate Windows. I just I still run Windows, but I mean, I am a Linux engineer, and that's what I do. So let me pull this up here, and I'm in another window here that you guys can't see, but so I can see which node is the running node here. Determining which node is the head node. So I'm explaining on my training how to determine which node is the head node in the cluster. And that should then allow them to kind of go with everything else from there. Let's go with clear cat etc. I might make this page a little bigger so I can grab all of this in one fell swoop. Alright, there we go. Everything fits now. I know you guys can't see what's amusing to me, but it's still amusing. Alright. Oh no, I don't want that. New slide. going to move this over. Oh, that's not great. Okay. 8 windows. Yep. That'll do it. So, yeah, we're just kind of hanging out right now because, again, I'm building training out and not working too hard. But let me move that back up. Clear. Put this over in the management function. So over here when we manage and maintain the cluster, I'm going to say updating the werewolf operations is a certain set of activities that we need to follow. And we run werewolf in our lab here. So for people that are part of our Linux group, we have a lab that runs in werewolf, and all you got to do when you're done with a node is reboot it, and it goes down and comes back up as a clean node. They're stateless images. They all work pretty well without us having to sit around and worry too much about. Let's see, what is this? Day 3 is up to 28, and then day 2 is at 28 as well. So I'm getting up there to 46. All right, I want to make that one. I need a lot more on there. Make sure I'm not missing too much. I think the follower notification works. Might have heard you saying that. Yeah, what it is I don't have the sound alert. So I think it's popping up, but it's there should be a sound with it, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. I do like that Ranger dog is popping up for people because like Ranger's my really old dog who's not. I mean, he doesn't have much left time on this world. You know, he's. Oh, you're hearing it as well. Okay, I guess it's just not alerting back to me, so that's cool. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys, but it's, yeah, man, that's my dog Ranger doing Ranger stuff. He's a good dog. It's just old, man. Where's he at? He's over here. We also have a Ranger check people can do, but yeah, that's him. He's laying around. It's, again, 73 downstairs. He's got his little fireplace. He's got that whole room to himself. He's got a couple of beds and this carpet that he really likes to lay on over here. Yeah, he's doing pretty all right. As a dog, he does all right. All right, so do all the Linux. That's my little transition. Yeah, Quartz 1, we've hit 3K like 10 times today because I think people are like leaving and rejoining. And what I was saying earlier is like, I don't know how Discord does it, but I'm pretty sure if you leave and come back to a server, you're gonna lose whatever, like people that have like certain status and stuff. Like when I say status, like if somebody's a ProLug engineer, or I don't think any of my mods would leave and come back, but if they did, I think it takes your stuff away. So, it's an open server. Anybody can join it, but I just don't want anybody losing. Like, and then it would also show me that you just joined instead of being like, hey, he's been with me here for 5 years or whatever. Because, we just hit 5 years on Discord the other day. So, that's kind of cool. But yeah, 3K is cool. I mean, we're not working too hard. We're just... I'd like to get... Now that I'm in a flow of this, I think I'm going to get a lot more slides done today. but my slide count right now is for I have day 1, day 2, day 3, and day 4 of this training I'm building, and I just arbitrarily put down that I wanted about 120 slides. I mean, it's 8 hours of training, and in my 120 hours or 120 slides, it's 32 hours of work. Is 4 days, right? But in day 1 I have 46 of 120. In day 2 I have 128 now of 120. What did I say? Did I just say 100? I have 28 of 120, and then in day 3 I have 28 of 120, and then day 4 I only have 8 of 120. So I have a lot of work. I got a lot of stuff to add, a lot of training stuff to do, and keep adding in. And I found out the other day, because I thought I was doing this for like everybody. Fiction, I'm not working too hard, but normally what I do around here is Linux and stuff. So, and then XI or X1 348 over on YouTube. Thank you for that. I think that's becoming a member is like, I think you get more access to stuff, but really everything's free around here, so it doesn't really. And the only thing that isn't free is the book, but you guys are welcome to hang out and do whatever you want. You don't need the book. Like I tell you guys all the time, you don't need the book for that stuff. But we're hanging out. We're checking out Ranger Dog, and you know, that's my little animal there. Did we just get raided or something? Did I miss that? Oh man, I missed that, Hazard. You raiding with a party of 123. I'm hanging out. I am not in my normal mode right now. I've got a different screen that I normally run. But what we're doing is we're keeping an eye on my dog Ranger. We're keeping an eye on monitoring in my home lab and stuff that's going on there. And then you guys popping in. I didn't even register that it was a raid. Because again, in this screen, I don't get the sound alerts. So we were talking about this earlier. Sound alerts are working, but they're not working for me. And then, yeah, I've just been telling you guys about, you know, this is my general logs. These are all the people in the last 12 hours that have tried to log in and get into my systems. So I have an externally available SSH, and people just come in here and muck around. And then this is my security and connectivity, where people come and try to log in and get access to my stuff. These are all the people that have been failed and banned forever from fail to ban in my environment. The tooling that we use is Grafana. So Grafana shows everything. This is a tool called Excalidraw. I love Excalidraw. If you don't use it, it's a free and open source tool, but it's also hosted online. So you can use the online one, or you can say, no, I don't want that. I want to use a hosted version locally, and you can download their code because maybe you don't want their stuff. And then what you can do is you can delete all this, and they just opened this up recently. You go right here and you just say, text a diagram. I want 4 servers connected into another server via NFS on port 2049, right? Because that's the default port for NFS. And this thing will generate a little image for me. And okay, that's my NFS back to a main server. And then boom, and then I can modify it any way I want. And then I can mock this up real quickly for, you know, a presentation. I can go grab that and go put that in my presentation and say, I mean, that's not perfect, but that's better than what I was probably going to draw in 10 minutes on here. I have a little stylus, but even if I don't, even just mucking around with the stylus, that's good enough. Like if the whole goal is to, maybe I move some stuff around so it looks a little better, but you know, maybe it reads a little better. But all in all, that's that might work for me. That might be enough of what I need. So Excalidraw is a pretty fun little tool. It's free. You can collaborate with people on it. Like I give you guys all access into this one by just hitting share, start a session, and link it to y'all. So that's what we're doing. We're just kind of hanging out, and then we're letting this spin through different stuff people have asked about. We had some Linux performance. If you don't know who Brendan Gregg is, he's one of the best guys on the web for looking at how Linux observability tools work, and he's got all kinds of talks on here. His site's great. And then Killer Coda is a bunch of hands-on labs that are free. I maintain a bunch of them. I think I maintain about 60-something labs out there now on Linux and Ansible and those kind of things. Those are all here. We have a few of us that maintain them. And then we were talking about one of our guys is going to have one of these coming up, which is a Quora assessment for his team that he's on. And then we were just, I had not heard the term Quora in that context, even though it's funny, I work with a fair amount of government projects and stuff, but I had not heard of Quora. I mostly work with STIGs and securing STIGs for that kind of stuff. So, all right. Anyways, that's what we're doing. I'm kind of just hanging out, and people are talking to me, and I'm over here on a different screen working on different stuff. That's actually like, this is a co-working stream, so you guys are welcome to hang out and do whatever. So, and then I'm trying to answer questions as they come up. And there's a free certification out there for people that want to learn about IPv6, and we have in our Discord. So let me turn on our Discord so you guys can see that, and then show you guys that if you're in our Discord, and I was showing how there's people down there studying right now, you guys could go work on stuff. We are running a free Linux systems administration group. It is in unit 5 right now of 16. But if you go into our Discord and go to beginner start here, there is a bunch of free certs that are out there. They're not free in the sense of your time. You have to study for them. But they are free in they don't cost anything for the training, and they don't cost anything for taking the test. So there's 6 certs out there. You just want to stuff your resume, make your resume look a little better. That's something that you could maybe work on. So, all right, let me get that out of the way. I'm going to go back to working on this stuff, but you guys are welcome. Any new people, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. That's my goal, is to get you guys, my stated goal for the Professional Linux Users Group is to get people that are hobbyists in Linux to doing this stuff professionally. Because I think you can, and I think that it can be extremely valuable to you. And some of you might say, well, Scott, my background is I do have, I am working on my doctorate right now, and I have been a college professor for 16 years. But I only took 1 class of Linux in college. I learned all my Linux in the frickin' wild. And then I turn around and nobody's teaching anybody how to do Linux, and nobody taught me anything. Actually, I had one really good mentor, a guy named Matt Lynch. Other than that, I had to learn all my Linux in the wild, right? And I try to tell you guys, you can do this stuff. If you're doing this for fun, there's no reason you couldn't do this for money, right? So that's something to think about, and there's all kinds of resources up there, and for how to do this and get yourself into the game, as it were. So, all right, I am adding stuff. I think my next thing I'm going to start doing is, I think I can say those are all done. So I have a bunch of things that I can start to kind of say is done in my cluster over here. So I know you guys can't see my training, but I'm just kind of talking through as I look through some stuff. All right. So now I got like more things I got to think about, because now, again, I was telling you guys earlier, like the way we plan and the way we train somebody else on something, we got to kind of take a step back and think through things step by step. Jug Pro, you want me to do some Linux labs? Yeah. Does anybody else need some Linux labs? I do a few of those while I'm hanging out. I'll stop this from spinning. What happened here? Hold on. There we go. Yeah, I'll do some killer code. Like, do you have any specific ones that you want? And I will do either basic Linux, or do you want to see Ansible? And then, like, how simple do you want it to be? Like, do you already know some Linux? I'll do some of that. Yeah, I'll absolutely do that. It's called Revolver Tabs, and this is Chrome. This is Chrome. Yeah, it's called Revolver Tabs. It's my favorite. So guys, when I used to build out, so I've been an operations guy and an engineer for a long time, but one of my favorite things to do is show people how easy it is to just turn on Revolver Tabs and then put a 65-inch screen on a wall of like a big data center or like a NOC, Network Operations Center, and just slap a big one of these bad boys down and just have some of your dashboard, like there's Ranger, have just all these things just spinning through, so your team can have like a heads-up display of whatever's going on in your environment. Yeah, so that's Revolver Tabs. It's one of my favorite things ever for that. Yeah, and it's surprising. You just turn on the machine. You can set Chrome to open a bunch of tabs when it comes up. It can do all the things you want, and then you just rotate through them. It's pretty straightforward, and it looks clean, And like if you had, like if I was doing operations here at home, I would have another screen for it, and I would just loop through whatever I was watching. Know some basic stuff in Linux, but I feel starting with a harder lab, I learn a lot more and faster. Okay, yeah, Jug Pearl. Let's say I won't necessarily show you a harder lab, but I will show you if you already know some Linux. I will walk you through maybe some tasks in Linux. How's that? So let's go here. I'll give you guys the links as I go, so you guys will have the links. Let's go Linux Labs, and let's start with. We'll do some security stuff because people tend to like security, and you guys came from a security channel. So let's talk about installing antivirus on a Linux box. So I'm going to link this to you guys. This should come up in both chats. And Killer Coda is free. All you have to do in Killer Coda is go and drop in like either a Google or a email of some type. And they've never sent me a bill. They've never charged me anything. I've been using them for like almost 3 years now, so it's all free on there. I really like their stuff. I maintain a bunch of labs up there, and here's the first one. So I just linked it to you guys. You guys can hop in there, and it says your team has determined they need to run an antivirus program for your servers. This satisfies the PCI DSS requirement that your security team has identified. So you're sitting there in operations and everything's going good, and your GRC team, which is your governance, risk, and compliance, they have come to you and said, we need to get on these sets of servers antivirus. And you go, okay, we're going to have to do that in our dev and our QA and our test and whatever environments we have before we do it in prod. But okay, we can do it, right? We got to have a plan for that kind of stuff. And that's what this Linux course that we're doing is talking about, is like, how do we have a plan to do these different things in operations? But okay, I know that I can do it. This lab is focused on the steps, right? So I say, let's go ahead and make sure that you have apt updated. So apt-get, and you can get rid of the get nowadays. You can just do apt-y update, and this will update all of the Linux packages. It goes and it updates all the metadata for those repositories that are configured in our etc apt. And then, where's that? Sources.list. Sources.d. Sources.list.d. In here, maybe they're all up here. Anyways, that's where you can go configure some of the other ones. Do you think learning Linux is still relevant when we can use AI to get all the commands for a task? Jug Pearl, I do think I think it is still important. I'm going to be telling people in 20 years that they still need to do this stuff. And the reason I say that is because the systems can't maintain themselves yet. They still need a person to do the troubleshooting on the back end. So yeah, there's probably some very basic. So look, I've had Stoneth and recovery for the last 20 years, right? Stoneth is shoot the other node in the head. And we've had the ability for a device to see another device is down and determine there's a problem and kill it and take its resources. But hold on. Then that node comes back up, and do we bring it back into the cluster immediately and give it resources back, or do we have to check it out? And you say, well, I could have an AI bot check it out and check the logs and make sure it's healthy and then bring it back up. Cool. But over time, you're going to have different errors than have been seen before, newer errors, and you're going to have to bring the system back to an operational thing, and that's going to have to make decisions that I haven't seen anything do yet. It may be able to restart services and do all this other stuff with the best of us, but going and determining root cause is going to be, I think we're far from that. So I still think this is relevant. I still get paid very good money for it, so I think that you guys could too. The goal of this group, again, is to get you guys doing this stuff professionally if you want to. Anyway, so we've done that. We've done that update. My labs are set to just run through, and you can just hit the button, and we can install Clam Antivirus and Clam Antivirus Daemon. So that's going to be installed on our system, and we're going to have some new software that was downloaded from trusted repositories onto our Linux system, right? This is what we do. This is how management and maintenance of these things kind of works. All right. So this is up. And by the way, guys, if I'm missing follows, I apologize. I don't have a sound thing going right here, but K Panda, Forinda, and Professor Peppajack, hopefully this stuff's useful. again. I apologize, I missed stuff because I'm looking. So let's look at which clam scan and which fresh clam. So which is a command that tells us where something is along a path. And Acid Rhino 29, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Which is a really useful, simple Linux command that tells us where something is. You can do which on CD. You can say which on LS. And you can see, by the way, we just saw something happen there that I don't know if everybody caught. CD is definitely a command, but CD doesn't show up here. Why did CD not show up, but LS and fresh clam and fresh clam and all those commands did? That's an interesting question. Well, because CD is built into Bash. CD isn't a separate binary. It's part of the Bash tooling. You get that. If you drop Bash into somebody's like chroot jail, they can still CD directories. They can't LS, and they can't do any of those other things that they might have, but they can still do CD. It's built into Bash. All right, so we've installed Clam AV. Let's check. Our validation successful. We go to the second part of the lab. You have installed Clam Antivirus in support of your team's PCI DSS directive by security, right? You know that antivirus works on signatures, so update the signature database and verify that the scanning engine works properly. So our steps for this are update signature database, that's fresh clam, and then scan your system for vulnerabilities. So, by the way, if you're reading this and you go, I did not know that antivirus tends to work on signatures, and I did not know what a scanning engine is, well, that's the type of thing that you go and you can, yeah, type works. Yeah, type's fine. Daft Duck, good to have you back. I haven't seen you in a while. I always worry if I've offended somebody too much. Wait, hold on. Did I not finish this one? Oh, yeah, let's update this one. So I apologize. So we're going to stop the fresh clam service. There's a service that's running. We're going to stop it so that we can do a fresh clam, which is going to go, fresh clam is just their funny name for clam antivirus, to go and check that you've updated the daily CVD database to today's date, to make sure that your main CVD database is up to date, and then that your bytecode is up to date. So everything's up to date. That's good. We can turn that service back on. We can re-enable it and start it. Yeah, that's fine. Enable and start it. And then we can run our first scan here. And we're going to run our scan looking and doing something with the infected, which is removing them. And we're going to do it recursively, logging to var log clam av clam.log. And we're going to do it against the /etc directory. So the /etc directory is like 900 and something text files. It's a bunch of text files. So let's see how long this thing takes to scan. That's why we threw the time in front. Any command in Linux you can throw time in front of, and it's almost like you have a little stopwatch in your hand. Super useful when you're writing documentation for your other engineers, and you want to make sure that your other engineers know, hey, this is going to take a little while. Hey, I timed this and it takes 15 minutes, so go get yourself some coffee. And if you come back and it didn't work, it'll be less than 15 minutes. And if it did work, it'll be about 15 minutes. That's there's an old joke. Does everybody here know who Rodney Dangerfield is? I can't get no respect. Anyways, if you guys don't know who Rodney Dangerfield is, go watch some of his old movies. He's one of the funniest guys, I think, on film. And what he said one time when he went in for, he was having a heart surgery, and they said, "Are you worried about the heart surgery?" And he said, "No. If I go in and the surgery is well, I'll be done in about 3 weeks. 3 weeks in the hospital. But if the surgery goes poorly, I'll be there much shorter." And I was like, "Oh, that's kind of dark, but it's actually really funny too." And then he passed away in the hospital, so that's not as funny. But he was a great comedian. Go look him up. We'll do a show if the command is shell built in or not. Oh, type does that. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. I've never used type like that. So. Oh, yeah, I might have to start showing people that, Daft Duck. Here, guys, that's the other reason I do this, is because I learn crap all the time, right? Just because you've been around doesn't mean you've seen everything somebody else has seen, right? This is why I do this. Is part of the reason I do this, is I pick stuff up all the time from you guys. So that's a good one. Type. I need to remember that. Okay, so we ran our scan, and then let's just look at the log. So the log shows us, here's all the known viruses that we know about from signatures. Here's the engine version in case I need to put in a, hey, I missed this virus. you know, and maybe you have support from them. This is the engine you used. We scanned 251 directories under Etsy. There were 764 total files. They were pretty small. I mean, it was just a bunch of flat files. The time took us 34 seconds. Does that jive with what we saw up here? Yeah, 34 seconds. 34 and a half, 379, 397. So time took a little setup and tear down time, but and then the start and the end date. So we know exactly when we scan this box. So I've run, now if you think about it, you've installed an antivirus scanner, you've updated that scanner, and you've run it against the machine and verified the output that there were no infected files according to it. So, you know, you get asked about, have you ever maintained Linux servers and kept them secure? Yeah, I've run an antivirus against them. I've made sure that it was updated on its signatures to today's date, so we had the most updated versions. I ran it on a schedule. We'll do that here in a little bit. And I verified that there were no infected files. If there were infected files, we could build something else that would alert us that we found an infected file. Boom. That's all the pieces we need right there. So we hit check, validation successful. Now I say you've installed it and updated your antivirus. It's time to make it run on a schedule. So there's an answer file here. Cat answers clam scan.sh. And this is a simple little script written by me. This was when I actually wrote it professionally for a company. I changed the name. Here's the description. These are all commented out, right? And I say there's a daily log file and a log file, so it's going to rotate, right? And then I say, really, the only thing we're doing is clam scan-ri against the root of the file system, and everything is going into log file. So it's backgrounded and thrown into log file. So this is going to be backgrounded. Then we're going to copy log file to daily log file every day, and then we're just going to gather some metrics and print them out to the screen. That's what that's going to do. This is the echo at the end. So let's run it. If the script is ready to run, let's go ahead and say change it to an executable. So it'll be 755 executable. We'll verify that it's executable. Yep, 755. And then we'll go, we could look at it again if we wanted to. And then it says how many log files are being created in each run. There's always two. There's the current one, and then there's the one that's stamped to the day. And then tomorrow that would roll forward. Jug Pearl, I never got into the plus X's and any of that stuff. I just use the I've always used the octal permissions. Not because I'm trying to be cool. That's just the way that I learned how to do them. And just I'm a curmudgeon, man. I'm an old dog. I don't learn new tricks, guys. I'm set on the same amount of tricks as I always have. Don't think that there's anything wrong with using chmod plus X. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just what I did. I explicitly said make it executable for everybody, 755, right? But if I had wanted 750 or 700, I could do that. I mean, look, it's up to you guys how you do stuff, right? I don't, you know, it's I try not to dictate to you guys from like a prescriptive standpoint. Like I try not to like tell you guys you have to do it away, but I just, man, I'm an old dog. I don't know too many new tricks. So, by the way, guys, this is gonna run for 10 minutes or so. I think it's about 10 to 15 minutes, depending. So feel free to go grab a drink if you want. Jug Pearl, I can show you LDAP stuff from the Linux side. I don't do a lot of Active Directory. Like I integrate with Active Directory quite a bit, but you gotta remember, I mostly like when I'm like the Linux engineer that like when people try to make me do that other stuff, I get real low on the floor and start low crawling so that they can't see that stuff, right? That's like me, as low to the floor as I can. So I could tell you about Active Directory stuff and I could show you how I've connected into it, but I don't have any of that stuff that's not like professionally done. All my local home lab stuff just uses local authentication of users and stuff. So I do need to put together Keycloak in my lab now that we have a lot more people. So for you guys that don't know, probably back in, it was in May, right at the end of May, right at the end of April, we kind of had like this like kind of explosion on YouTube. I don't know what we did. One of my videos, just people happened to like the name or something. I don't know. People were searching for Linux, and it kind of blew up. And then we had 1,000. We had just hit 1,000 people in Discord, and now today we just hit 3,000. So it's kind of been going. You don't have to set the experm. Yeah, you can set the experms however you want. Yeah, I'm ambivalent to how people do it. Okay. So over here, by the way, you guys should be able to see each other's chat. So technically, you guys can talk to each other between YouTube and Twitch right now if you wanted to. But I was trying out, like, I knew that I had some time to be on today, so I'm trying out, like, this is a totally different format than I've ever run. Normally, you guys are just seeing this right screen over here. I've got this big monitor that's 30 something inches over here, and normally you guys are looking at this whole screen. That's why you just see everything that pops up. But today I kind of decided to do a little different. So Doom Helm app roll 50k stream. Yeah. The goal is just, keep going, keep plodding along. I determined long ago I'm not going to be the funniest streamer, I'm not going to be the coolest streamer, but I am going to be the one that's trying to get you guys into doing Linux the most. So that's my goal. Get you guys moving that way. All right. So that lab's going to run for a little while, so I'm going to work over here a little bit while we're doing that. I have some other stuff to add in here. I need to get some Weka stuff. So while that's running over there, let me show you guys what Weka is. So Weka is a tool from Dell, right? And I happen to work with this tool quite a bit now. And there's some data sheets and stuff, but it's WEKA. It's a really high-speed file system, and they've got some information on it there. If any of you guys want it, there's the resources data sheet right here. I'll just link this over to you guys. Right, and look, they're trying to sell me stuff even though I already work with the product pretty extensively. And you could go look at that if you want. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in that, but that's this system that I'm building, or I've built and now I'm building the training for, has a tremendous amount of, like, really fast high-end storage. And let me give you some rough numbers that I can tell you, because I can tell you general stuff. Roughly, there's 5 petabytes in one directory, 300 terabytes in another, and 75 terabytes in another. And that's only in a few U's. There's not that much use of space for that. So we have a pretty fair amount of that going. Oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff to keep building. Lots of training, guys. Lots of stuff to do. So when I'm done here, I'm still going to be doing training most of the day. And I was telling you guys earlier, I'm at about a quarter of the way through all the training I want to build. Also, I need to start building some docs for them to do, like, node checkout. And, so for us in the Discord, let me link Discord for people. For people down in Discord, people that are hanging out, doing that stuff, and for people doing the Linux Systems Administration course, I'll link this over here for you guys. I'm going to be starting us on a run book, and we're going to have a run book for the whole lab. Maybe I'll do that as a Google Doc. That would be good, because then everybody can just update the professional Linux users run book, right? Yeah, it might be good. And we'll start to format out what does it take to keep our lab running? And if you want to be like one of the lab managers for our professional Linux users group, what are the things that you kind of need to know? All right, that's going to keep running for a little bit longer there, but I got to do some more Weka stuff. System startup from bare metal. I have most of that stuff. That's a good one. Hold on. So I'm doing this training in a different window while we're waiting on that. So let me pull this other thing up. And I know when I've been messing around too long, because in my node it kicks me out every 15 minutes if I'm sitting idle too long. So now I know that I was doing too much other stuff, probably because of the raid. But you guys are welcome to hang out. We're kind of chilling around here. Damn it. I don't know my password. There we go. Alright, so now I'm there. So I'm back over here. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is more of an operational thing. Let me go check my operational stuff. Updating. Verifying. Nodes. Verifying nodes or pulling correct images. That is a thing you need to know how to do in my training. All right. There we go. So, am I missing anything? Nope. All right. Did that finish? It's not done yet. So this lab takes the longest of all the labs. So I guess drink some water, go smoke them if you got them. But I ask right here, how long did this script take to run? I think it says right here, it should take between 10 and 15 minutes. So let it run, go grab a drink, whatever you want to do. And then I ask, how long did the script run, and why is that time command so important? Well, it's useful to know how long something takes to run, right? What value do you see in the output? Did you find any viruses? And then we can actually go find a virus if we want. What's the name of that? EICAR. Everybody here know what the EICAR signature is? Excuse me. So the EICAR is a test file, and this is the string right here. And this string will always, I'm grabbing that as just a thing. This string will always come up as a virus in modern antivirus programs. It's been written as a test for pretty much all of them have this in their signature. It's called the EICAR file, right? So you could go back over here to our Kubernetes lab. This is going to run. While that's running, I could actually go in another terminal here and keep watching it, but we'll let it go. But we can go put that down in Etsy and rerun that 30-second scan and see a signature actually being found. There's a virus. There is a problem on the system. And if you ever wonder, well, is my system really scanning, or is it just saying, is it just doing a bunch of stuff, and is it finding files? You can go drop these signature files all over in your environment if you want. And just have a night where you test and you say, hey, we expect there to be a lot of alerts on this signature. And then look, the next morning, now you got a problem if you didn't alert on a bunch of stuff, right? This is how we test things, right? We got to test functionality of a system. You can't just say, looks good. Same thing I tell you guys about backups. When you do a backup of a server, you do not have a fully functioning backup until you've brought data back and you've deleted something. It doesn't have to be a critical thing. It has to be something, and then you've brought it back and that thing is back. Now you've got a backup solution. And when you have a backup solution, you do not have a business continuity plan and a full disaster recovery solution until you've tied those operations with RPOs and RTOs back to whatever you're trying to operate on, right? Yeah, don't change your oil filter, but collect your money, sure. Yeah. Verifying nodes and pulling correct images. So that's 29 slides. I got 29 slides over there now. What is that? Is that day 3? I'm doing this, I'm just keeping track of these as I go. 29 and day 3. I'd like to finish today off over 40. If I could finish off today over 40 in every one, that would be really awesome. I've got 46, 29, 29, and 8 out of 120, 120, 120, and 120. So I'm almost a quarter of the way there in what I kind of want to build my whole training plan. That's still running, guys. That's the longest 5 to 10 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes I've seen. but maybe it's because I suspect it's because maybe these servers are either slower or they're under more load on the back end than normal. But there it is. Take a 10-15 minute break. I think we're probably coming up on the end of the 10 to 15 minute time. Probably a little long here. All right. Other than that, everybody I hope is having a good Sunday. What is it? Sunday, right? We got one more day off. Does everybody have tomorrow off? I'm a contractor for federal stuff, so I'm off tomorrow. But yeah. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. What is that thing? Am I not looking all the way? I don't know if I'm all the way up here, but yeah, hopefully this stuff's all useful to you guys. So, oh, Ranger check. Somebody wants to see Ranger? There we go. There's Ranger. That's my dog, Ranger. That's him being a Ranger dog. He is he's almost 13, so he's getting pretty old, and he's a bigger dog. I'll have to go feed him here in about an hour or so. He had breakfast. He does breakfast and dinner, and then he gets treats throughout the day. So maybe I'll go give him a little begging strip here in a little bit. Those are those. Oh, by the way, my my thing is busted again. Give me 1 second here. That is busted. So let me fix that. All right. Is that better? All right, good. You guys can hear me again. You guys could always hear me, I think, but you couldn't see what I was saying. So now you guys can see what I'm saying again. So, let me get all this stuff up. And then maybe I'll put security stuff at the end of day 2, because I've got my Stig scan, how I do my security scanning stuff. But Yexter, that's how long we check on Ranger. So Ranger's doing good. Let's come back over here. This thing's still scanning. It's going to tell us it was scanning a lot, but it'll show us at the end everything that happened with the scan. So this is where, if I were doing this professionally, I would probably turn and go do something else for a little while, which is what I was doing earlier. But let me tell you guys this while we're sitting here. We've got a Discord. You guys are welcome to hang out down in it. I think I don't have any of my regulars here to do this for me, so I'm linking this for you guys. But you guys are welcome to hang out down there. There are people in there studying right now, in fact. So I know that some of the people are down there studying right now. There's a bunch of discussion questions. So we've got our Linux Systems Administration course running right now. That's free. You just go on our Prolog projects, and then everything's up and down the board right there. So, package time. Daft Duck. I might mess with that. What is this? Try the package time. I might have to play with that. Look, there's a bunch of people down there working on stuff. Maybe they're even hanging out with us. I don't know. But you guys are welcome to always, go hang out and do that stuff. There's a lot of good information being handed around in there. Time's built in. Maybe you want to try package time. I don't know. Yeah, I might need to check that out, Daft Duck, because yeah, time is okay, but it's obviously got some little bit of around the outside. So I can install time separately. Let me see. Actually, we could do this in a different window while that's running, but let's say, oh yeah, so this is user bin time. So you're doing time with like a -V. So by the way, guys, if you just do sleep like I did sleep 10. Oh, I don't have a -V. Is there a way to wrap that? Oh. So why did that not... Do I just need to... like... throw that in a... something like that? Maybe I need the sleep first. Oh, user bin time, yeah. Oh, look at that, guys. That is, that's nice. I'm gonna take that real quick. I'll go. That's super useful. I'm gonna grab that. But even with the error, so let me hold on. Actually, let me get this out of the way here real quick. Let's rerun that, but without the. Do it that way, and I want to see the full force of this here. It's over here. It's gonna sleep for 10 seconds, and then it's gonna tell me what all it did. I just want to grab that. I like that. It's nice. I'm gonna put that in our bash and system tricks section of our Discord, because that's pretty slick. That's definitely a bash or system trick. So I'm gonna go drop that down there. That's something new I learned today. I know you guys can't see that, but in the Discord you can see it. Yeah, because I have it turned off. Yeah, no quotes for the command. Absolutely. Yeah, that's it. That did it. Oh, and you guys don't see. It's funny. You guys don't see my snipping tool because I'm not just showing the screen. I'm just showing those things. So I see that you guys can't see that. So it's kind of funny. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And by the way, I'm just streaming a lot today because while I'm not really working too terribly hard, the wife's out of town, so that gives me a reason to just be on all day. All right, man, this thing is still running. Did I not hit enter or something? What's going on here? No, by the way, guys, you can watch on a different window. Watch this. I can say LSOF on, we'll do this, ps-ef grep for clam. And I'll see clam scan running. This is the clam scan right here. And then I can do an LSOF-P on that process ID, which is 48887. And I can watch it going, it's near the end of what it's doing. But now I can watch that command if I want, right? And now it'll let me know, one, it'll let me know when it's done because it's gonna go away. But two, I can also watch it scan. So every 2 seconds, this is updating what it's scanning. And it should tell me when that's done. Well, it'll show me when there's nothing else connected. That doesn't really look like it's doing any scanning right now, which bugs me because normally you can see it rolling through the different. Whoops, hold on. Normally you can see it rolling through. Down here, okay, we see it scanning. So it's in user share right now. You see that? So if I was questioning, like, why the hell is this not running? This is running. It's down in user share, and they're alphabetical, so it's almost done with the scan right here. But then we'll go back now. It says kernel. Maybe it's not in fully alphabetical order. Might be in Linux alphabetical order. So it's in sys now, and that's how many things it's scanning at a time. There may be a way, I actually don't know, but I bet there's a config for us to go modify how many of these it's doing. Watch -D to see the difference. Ah, it's done. See that? It popped off. It's done. I knew it was going to disappear when it's done. 21 minutes, guys. So that was me doing all these other things, running around, only 21 minutes. That's kind of funny to me. But we got asked to do the lab, so we're doing the lab, right? How long did it take to run the script? 21 minutes. But now that's a baseline for me on all future jobs and how long I expect it to run against my nodes. What values do you see in the output? Ah, we don't see any right here. That should have reported out to the screen. Ah, here it is. It was 28,000, almost 29,000 files. It was, directories. It was 28,000 directories, almost 29,000. 95,000 files. No infected, and the time is the time in seconds, but there's our actual time. So, we got that. Thanks for the follow, guys. Hopefully I'm not missing any. Peno and blue screen. Check this out. Let's go back to one of those things we were just looking at. Let's VI our etc. Let's just VI etc sum file .text. And in there, let's see if we can drop. What did we have? Hold on. We need to go grab that EICAR file again. let's grab this, Control C, come back over here. Just drop that in there. Just paste it. Paste it in there. Boom. There it is. That's our file. Escape:/WQ. And let's go back to our scan from earlier that we just scanned in Etsy. Just run that real quick. It's going to take 28 seconds or whatever it took. Not too long. And this should find at least one virus signature, because that is a virus signature that's always found, because it's there to be tested for that you are getting positives, right? Let's say your system was just pretending to scan for 6 hours and then just coming back with everything's good, but it wasn't even connecting to servers. I don't know. There could be any number of errors and stuff, but this is a positive error that we expect. And you guys can go look up if you want. There's different categories of errors. The false positives and false negatives, right? We have one infected file, and we can go look at what that file is if we just cat var log, what is it, clam av, and then clam av dot log. At the very end, there's our one infected file right here. And what did it do to it? It removed it because we told it, go ahead and remove infected. We can quarantine infected, and it'll go and it'll move it into a tar zipped file that can't be executed. And then recursively, we looked in everything under Etsy. So this is it. This is what we do. And then we come up here, we've done that, and then I say, let's go check to see if cron is running. Whoops, well, that was me being stupid. Cron's running on the box, right? And we come down here and we can copy this thing over into Etsy cron.daily, and any executable, so if we ls-l in Etsy cron.daily, any executable in cron.daily is going to be kicked off by the system at 3:14 a.m. That default, I think, is in Etsy cron tab, but I might be wrong. Etsy cron tab is one of the best places to go find out what's going on. It tells you the shell and the path that's available for your cron. That's very important, because if you run something in cron from some bullshit directory, this is all you're gonna have as the path. But you can run stuff from different directories by giving the full path, or you could go add the path here, but then that depends. Do you want that path to be exposed anywhere? Or do you only want to set it in your own cron tab, especially if you're like the root user? So these are things for you to think about, right? So let's do cron tab -E, and I'm going to pick that I want to use Vim, right? Because VI is easier for me. And I'm going to hit Shift G to go to the bottom of the line. Then I'm going to hit O. It says right here that you can use the editor of your choice. And I'm going to grab this line right here, and I can just copy it. Whoops. Copy. And then I'm just going to hit Control-Shift-V, and it'll paste it in. And at 1 a.m. every morning, that will run. So then I could just do cron tab -L, and I'll see at the bottom, at the minute of 0, in the hour of 1, at the day of month, every day of the month, in every month of the year, in every day of the week, with no limitations, this is going to run. So at 1 a.m. every morning, that's going to run. And the ways that you find out, if you say, oh, Scott, I suck at cron, I don't know how cron works, you've got a little fun thing in cron tab that'll help you right here. So you just cat Etsy cron tab, and that'll help you. Or you can just go look it up in Wikipedia or anything like that. Oh, man. Oh, sorry, guys. That was quite a sneeze. All right. So that's that. I think that's that whole lab right there. When we get to the end right here, it's just use your cron tab -L and see it there, and then hit check. It says, look at you learning Linux. You install an antivirus. You updated its database. You set it on a logging script. By the way, if you guys do any of these labs and you're like, oh, that script would be really cool, I'm just going to go ahead and steal it like a cartoon villain. I don't care. Do it. You can like be grabbing your little handlebar mustache as you run away with a little sack over your shoulder of all the stuff you take. I don't care. Like, I want you guys to learn how to do this stuff. And if you find and you look at that and you go, oh, that's pretty cool, I'd like to run that in my home lab, do it. I run that. That's actually what spikes up my CPU in my home lab right here. So when you guys see the lab and you see the CPU and the memory usage spike right here, that is because of my these right here are Clam AV running in my system every night. Hold on. It's weird. We got bigger here, but we've lost. Where is he? Hold on. There he is. All right. I needed to make that one come back. All right, there we go. All right, let's. Oh, did I turned revolver tabs back on, right? Damn it. There we go. Okay, revolver tabs back on. Good. So that's where that kind of goes. That's how that works. So yeah, again, hopefully this stuff's mostly useful to you guys. What else? What else do we got here? I got a bunch more work to do, so I'll probably get back to that. But you guys are welcome to, again, keep hanging out, keep asking me questions. I can do more labs if that works for you guys. But also, for anybody that's like, oh, I can't stick around for the whole lab, like Jug Pearl, if you're still not around, that's fine. But if you are still around, guys, and you're wanting to do some of this stuff, but not right now, go hop in the Discord and then you can go do it later. Like my main thing is that Discord's like a persistence layer for some of you, because you can go and you can do whatever. So all right, I need to editing containers. So I have editing containers with Ansible, and then I'm gonna do this. Okay. All right. So, where are we at over here? Editing container images with Ansible. So I showed how to do that. Let's do, I guess, let's say deleting old container images. Copying or deleting old images. Deleting images. I need to, where's my doc? All right. Sure I'm not missing anything here. If I stop talking, guys, it's because I'm focusing on this other thing, but I'm still around if anybody needs to look at anything here. Should have thrown a timer on that probably. So I'm doing a command to copy a container from one node to another. And then, well, I'm building a new container rather. And I should have thrown a little copy command on it. I should have thrown it's a copy, but I should have thrown a time command. We just did all that time shit, and then I didn't do the time, which is stupid of me. But that took about a minute and a half, I'd say, if I were guessing. It's about a minute and a half, so. Unless they may take up to a minute. And come back over here. say container may take 1 to 3 minutes depending on size of image. And then let's see. Let's copy. And then if I wanted to delete that, all right, format, text, color, dark. I want darker colored text. All right. Yesterday you mentioned Burp Suite in the security discussion. Was that in reference to defense or offense? Burp Suite is it's considered more of a red team thing. So what Burp will allow you to do is formulate. You can send and you can test different types of connections into a server, and it's basically to test your web stuff. So Burp is really good for just seeing what kind of responses you get back, and then you can automate a bunch of that. So I think Burp Suite is one of the better tools for it. And one of the cool things about Burp is the portswigger.net Academy is free. If you want to study all their stuff, it's free. Sign up. They'll send you some stuff every now and then, like maybe once a month they send me like a little alert. It's free to do all their training. Their tests costs a little bit of money because their tests takes I think you get like a day to do their tests, so it's one of those kind of more interactive ones. But you can study and do all their stuff for free. Doesn't cost nothing. That's actually I think that's really cool of them. Like, they want more people using their tool, because then more people using your tool in turn makes obviously more people using the tool obviously makes it more adopted and that kind of stuff. But oh shit, did not do that right. But anyways, they have a pretty good little track record of training people, and we have a few different people in our Discord that also use that professionally quite a bit and can help you out too. I wouldn't say we got a lot of them, but I know at least 1 or 2 of my guys are pretty good at that, so they can help you out with that if you're looking for that. All right. Let me say deleting is interactive by default, and we'll prompt you for y n. All right. Deleting is interactive by default. Prompt you for y n. Oh, I should also note, if you ever tried to delete a container out from under, so I should actually put that in here. Werewolf will not delete containers that are in use. That's actually a really, really good thing about the tool. So I'm going to throw that in its own little thing down here and say Werewolf will not a container in use. Use profile. All right, and then that's going to get me into showing them all about the node profiles now. So this is it's fun how when you start to really dig into training and you really start doing this stuff, there's like everything just starts adding into everything else, and there's like all this other stuff kind of that keeps building. But yeah, Burp Suite, which is Portswigger. Damn it. Portswigger.net, right? And then they have an academy, and their academy's free. again. Like, their testing costs a little bit, but their Burp Suite right here is free. Last I checked. I'm pretty sure that's still true. But they show you how to go do web attacks against LLMs, right? So if you don't like LLMs and you want to go start working on attacking them, you do that. No, I'm just kidding. You're only supposed to ever pen test or do any of that stuff against your own environment. Anything else, you invite plenty of law-breaking shenanigans. It's not like 20 years ago when I was messing around on the web. There wasn't really any of the laws around it. The laws hadn't caught up yet. So just moving around and like messing around in a network wasn't all that big of a deal. But nowadays it's a lot worse. All right. So, where else we at? Man, we're hitting 4 hours. Can't believe I've been on here for 4 hours. I'm not super focused on getting everything done, but trying to be 29 on day 2. So day 2 is up to 29 slides now. Oh, I already had 29 slides, damn it. That's no good. Wait a minute. That can't be right. That can't be right. Alright, well, here we go. We'll kill ePol eventually, and all IO is super fast. Interesting. Yeah, Synbleed. I don't know what IO Uring will kill ePol eventually. I'm not sure what that is, but I will tell you, we're being tasked with building out a pretty fast supercomputer that's coming up, and it's going to be debuting at either number 1 or number 2 on the top 500. So it's going to be, it's an interesting race that all these companies are in to see, you know, to be the fastest, and there's different reasons that different governments and organizations want to be the top machine. Kernel async IO for kernel emits events to all open files for the process on kernel. It's interesting. Yeah, that's that. Let's see. Wife says that they're gonna get food soon. Until I get extra. All right. So, all right. Maybe I'll take a break here for a little bit. I got a lot of stuff done. Maybe I'll do some more streaming later, and we'll keep working on this stuff if anybody's interested. But for now, yeah, I think that's a pretty good start. Now, like in user space, the name MaxFD has to be changed via sysfd or sysfd. Yeah. That makes sense. All right, guys, let's go find somebody to raid on the YouTube side of things. We've talked about a lot of different stuff. If any of you guys were taking notes, actually, well, I'm going to keep working on stuff here. But if any of you guys are taking notes and want to drop them down in the Discord, you can. Let's go find somebody to raid. I'll go put us on our little end of stream here, and oops, end of stream, boom, and then find somebody to raid over on the Twitch side of things. See if there's anybody out there to be raided right now. Let's see here. Well, that didn't work like I wanted. Let me go back to my little creator dashboard. Stream manager, raid. Raid a channel. Let's go find who's on right now. Who am I following that's on right now? Not anybody really on. Alright, I'm just going to tell you guys to go spread out to the far reaches of space then, and I will see some of you guys later. You guys are all welcome to hang out down in the Discord. That's all.